Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Rest Stop 42, The Watcher in the Trees. The highway had been a ribbon of nothing but cracked asphalt and cold, indifferent trees for hours, the kind of road that seemed to swallow time whole. The sign was half-lit, the neon flickering in a sad little dance, Rest Stop 42. The number seemed arbitrary, but the light was enough to guide me in. I turned the wheel and eased the car onto the cracked concrete, the tires crunching over broken glass and scattered leaves. The air was sharp and cold, the kind of cold that slips inside your jacket collar and lingers just under your skin. I killed the engine and leaned back. The world outside felt unnervingly silent. No crickets, no distant trucks. Nothing but the faint hum of the highway far off, interrupted by the occasional groan of the wind-shifting branches. It was the kind of quiet that made you listen twice as hard, as if the silence was hiding something just out of sight. I reached into the glove compartment for a granola bar, peeling the wrapper slowly. The plastic crinkled loud in the stillness. I took a bite, the dry oats and honey settling in my mouth, and glanced around. The rest stop was empty, save for a couple of rusted picnic tables and a weathered wooden bench under a flickering street lamp. The lamp's irregular pulse cast long, jittery shadows that seemed to twitch with each blink. Something about the place felt off. Not exactly wrong, but wrong enough to put a knot in my stomach. I told myself it was nothing, just the loneliness of a late-night stop. I'd been alone on roads like this before. It was normal. I could almost convince myself to relax. Almost. I locked the doors and sat there for a moment longer, trying to shake the unease. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and damp earth. The dampness made the steering wheel cold beneath my palms when I gripped it again. I glanced toward the tree line, where the shadows pooled like spilled ink. That's when I noticed him. He was standing just beyond the reach of the street lamp, half hidden in the trees, his body still as a statue. I caught a glimpse of his face, pale and sharp in the dim light, eyes fixed on me without blinking. No movement except for the slow rise and fall of his chest. I swallowed hard. For a second, I considered that maybe he was just another traveler, someone who'd been caught in the same late-night drift. But something about the way he watched me felt deliberate. Like a predator, patient and quiet. I blinked. When I looked back, he was still there. A shadow among shadows. I wasn't sure if he'd shifted an inch or if my eyes were playing tricks. I locked the doors again, this time with a firmer click. The granola bar wrapper trembled between my fingers. I could hear my own breathing, uneven and shallow. The rest stop was too empty. The silence too thick. I told myself to ignore him, to wait it out. Maybe he'd leave. Maybe it was nothing. But my instincts were screaming at me, that low, persistent buzzing in the back of the mind that says you're being watched for a reason. I reached for the key, turned it in the ignition. The engine groaned once, made a shuddering sound like it was waking from a bad dream. Then nothing. Just a click. Again and again. The dashboard lights flickered, the radio cut out. A cold sweat broke out over my forehead. I tried again, harder this time, but the engine refused to catch. The car was dead. I looked up through the windshield, and the man was closer now, just at the edge where the trees met the cracked pavement. He didn't move. Didn't speak. He just watched. My hands trembled on the wheel. The night pressed in, thick and suffocating. The wind picked up, rustling dry leaves along the ground, whispering secrets I couldn't quite make out. I twisted the key once more, desperate, and the car let out a low, pitiful moan before falling silent again. I was trapped, and he knew exactly where I was. The headlights flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced between the trees. I swallowed hard, forcing my breath to steady. The man's eyes reflected the dim light, cold and unblinking. Every instinct screamed at me to lock the doors and stay utterly still, but my fingers itched for movement, for any sign of escape. Suddenly, the silhouette shifted just a fraction, and my heart slammed against my ribs. Was he stepping forward, or was the wind playing tricks? The leaves skittered past the windshield, and then, without warning, a soft tapping began on the roof of the car. 3 times. Slow, deliberate. I didn't answer. The tapping stopped. A tense silence settled, thick and suffocating as the night itself. I debated whether to call for help, but the signal was spotty at best, and even if someone answered, could they get here in time? I'd never imagined being this vulnerable out here, miles from the nearest town, with no plan beyond fleeing. The man's breath was faint, visible in the cold air, and then, just as suddenly as he appeared, he stepped back into the shadows. My relief was brief, because as his form melted away, the crunch of leaves behind my car told me he wasn't leaving. He was circling. I slammed my foot onto the gas. The engine groaned, then roared to life. Tires screeched as I peeled out, the headlights slicing through the darkness ahead. The road twisted unpredictably, but I pushed forward, heart pounding with every turn, desperate to put distance between me and that silent watcher. Yet even as I sped away, the feeling lingered that he was still there, somewhere in the night, waiting. The road stretched behind me like a ribbon of black silk, but the weight in my chest wouldn't let me focus on the miles slipping past. I didn't stop again. Not even when the gas light flickered on, insistent and bright as a warning. I thought about pulling into the next town, but the dark highway swallowed the road signs, and my phone signal had become a joke, bars popping in and out like static ghosts. Maybe he followed me. Maybe he knew exactly where I was. The idea made my hands clench around the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles went white. After what felt like hours, I finally saw the glow of a diner's neon sign flickering red and blue in a way that felt more tired than welcoming. The building looked like it hadn't been updated since the 70s, paint peeling, windows streaked with grime. Still, it was better than the dark stretch I'd been driving through. I pulled in, parking near the entrance beneath a flickering overhead light that hummed with static. Inside, the smell hit me first, strong coffee, something fried, and that faint, sour undertone of old cigarettes. The place was nearly empty, save for a woman wiping down tables and a man hunched over a cup at the counter. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, casting long shadows across the cracked tile floor. I slid into a booth by the window, my eyes darting to the door every few seconds. The diner was one of those places where time seemed to have stopped, where the cracked vinyl seats and chipped formica tables whispered stories of people passing through, lonely truckers, lost travelers, and maybe, occasionally, someone like me looking for a moment of safety. The waitress approached, clipboard in hand, her voice a tired drawl. "What can I get ya?" "Coffee." "Black," I said, the words rasping out more dryly than I intended. She nodded and disappeared into the kitchen. I pulled out my phone again, hoping for a better signal. One bar. One measly bar. Enough to send a text, maybe. Enough to hear a voice. But I hesitated. Who would I call? And would I sound crazy? There's someone out there, I wanted to say. Someone watching me. Instead, I typed a quick message to my sister. Something's wrong. Stuck at a diner on Highway 43. Not sure if I'm safe. Call me if you get this. No reply. The coffee arrived, bitter and lukewarm, but I took it anyway. The heat spread through my fingers, a small comfort in the stale room. I tried to focus on the mundane, the clink of dishes, the low murmur of the man at the counter speaking softly into his phone, the scraping sound as the waitress wiped down the table beside me. But my eyes kept flicking to the window, watching the parking lot, the shadows pooling beneath the flickering light. Then I saw him. He was standing just beyond the edge of the light's reach, the same figure from the rest stop. His coat was too big, hanging off him like a shadow trying to take shape. The man didn't move, didn't blink. Just watched. I could feel the tension spike in my chest again, a cold spike like a sudden downpour on a warm day. Was I imagining it? Maybe he was just someone waiting for a ride. But I knew better. I saw the way his head tilted slightly, how his eyes caught mine for a brief second before disappearing behind the dark folds of his coat. I didn't want to draw attention, so I slid my phone back into my pocket and tried to steady my breathing. The diner felt suddenly too small, too exposed. Every sound seemed louder, the whir of the ceiling fan, the scrape of a chair, the distant wail of a train somewhere beyond the hills. I slipped out of the booth, telling the waitress I needed to use the restroom. My steps echoed along the cracked linoleum hallway. The bathroom door creaked open, and I leaned against the cool tile, staring at my reflection in the cracked mirror. My face looked pale and drawn, shadows under my eyes. I splashed cold water on my skin, the sharp chill a slap of reality, but it didn't wash away the dread. Back at my table, I debated what to do next. Call the police. But what would I say? A man watching me? No proof, just a gut feeling and a flicker in the night. Besides, I might not even get a signal long enough to explain. The uncertainty was worse than the fear. I decided to check the car. Maybe the engine problem was just a fluke, nothing more. I needed to know I could leave if I had to. Outside, the air was colder than I expected, sharp and biting. The neon sign buzzed overhead, casting a sickly glow on the asphalt. The man was still there. Closer now, by the edge of the parking lot, where the light barely touched. He didn't move when I stepped out, didn't flinch. Just stood, watching. My fingers found the door handle, but I paused. Could I really get in and start the car without him noticing? I glanced around. The parking lot was empty except for one other car, parked near the far end, headlights off. A dog barked somewhere in the distance, low and urgent. I slipped to the driver's side and slid in, locking the door behind me. The man's silhouette was framed between two trees, like a dark statue carved from night itself. I started the engine. The car hesitated, sputtered. My stomach tightened. The dashboard lights flickered, then dimmed. The engine died. Silence. Complete silence. I jerked the key, trying again. Nothing. The radio static crackled faintly, then stopped. My breath came out in a shaky cloud. The man's figure didn't move. I was trapped. The lock buttons on the door didn't respond when I pressed them. The dashboard's glow was gone. I was alone with the dark, and the man outside who knew exactly where I was. I reached for my phone again, hands trembling. The screen was black. Dead. The crunch of leaves behind the car. Closer. Hello? They muttered. My voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the night. No answer. Just the faint rustle, like footsteps circling, patiently, always waiting. My mind raced. There had to be a way out. There had to be. But all I could do was sit there, frozen, as the cold night pressed in around me. The crunching sound circled closer again. I gripped the steering wheel so hard my knuckles blanched. My eyes darted to the door lock buttons, pressing them over and over, but nothing. Not a flicker, not a click. I tried the handle, the one that usually popped open with a soft click, but it stayed stubbornly still. This wasn't just a dead battery or a faulty starter anymore. It was deliberate. Someone had cut me off from leaving, trapped me in a metal cage with a man who didn't make a sound but watched me like a hawk. A tri-twig snapped off somewhere just beyond my headlights. I blinked, trying to pierce the darkness. The rest stop was a bleak rectangle of cracked asphalt and shattered concrete, lit only by a single flickering lamp on a rusted pole. The light buzzed and hissed, then sputtered out, leaving the parking lot in near total blackness. I swallowed, the dry taste of fear thick in my mouth. My phone was dead, the cold screen mocking me. I tapped it again, hoping for some miracle, a flicker, a pulse, but nothing. No signal. No life. Nothing. Why are you doing this? My voice cracked, low and uneven, barely more than a breath. My words vanished into the night, swallowed by the space between me and the watching figure. No answer. Nothing but silence, heavy and thick. I pressed my forehead against the steering wheel, the leather rough against my skin. My mind spun, racing through possibilities. Had I taken a wrong turn? Was this some kind of sick prank? A roadside mugging? The way he didn't move, didn't speak, this was no ordinary threat. It was personal. Calculated. I remembered the way he'd stood framed by the trees, perfectly still, like a statue carved from the shadows themselves. How long had he been watching me? How much did he know? Then it hit me, this wasn't random. Not a coincidence. He knew exactly where I was. He had to. But how? Suddenly, I recalled the strange man at the gas station earlier, the one who'd lingered too long, asking too many questions about my route. I'd brushed it off, telling myself I was just paranoid, that people out in the middle of nowhere got bored and nosy. But now, with the car dead and the locks unresponsive, I wasn't so sure. The man outside shifted, just a little. I caught a glimpse of movement, a shadow sliding behind a tree, then reappearing near the edge of the parking lot. His eyes glinted faintly in the dim light. He was watching, waiting. I tried to unlock the door again, jiggling the handle with more force. Nothing gave. My chest tightened, breath shallow. I was trapped. There was no way out. I scanned the dashboard, looking for anything to help. The glove compartment was locked, but I tried to pry it open with my nails. It resisted. I slammed my fist against it, the sound echoing through the stillness. Nothing. Then I noticed something. The rearview mirror had been adjusted, tilted slightly downward, angled toward the back seat. I hadn't done that. I never touched the mirror. Whoever had been inside this car before me had been messing with it. A cold shiver ran down my spine. Was it him? Had he been inside my car? Had he been waiting for me to arrive? My hands trembled as I reached for the seatbelt buckle. I unclicked it, then wrapped the belt around my wrist, ready to use it as a makeshift restraint or tool if needed. I didn't know what I'd do, but I needed to feel prepared. The man's footsteps approached again, slow and deliberate. I flinched, pressing myself back against the seat. My breath came in quick bursts, and I could taste the metallic tang of panic creeping in. "Listen," I whispered, voice barely audible. "I don't want any trouble. Just let me go." No response. Just silence. Then a faint tapping on the driver's side window. I jumped, heart hammering. The glass was cold beneath my fingertips. I stared at the outline of a hand pressed faintly against it, fingers splayed wide. The man's face was only a shadow, features blurred by the darkness. "Who are you?" I asked, voice trembling but louder this time. The tapping stopped. The figure leaned closer, so close I could see the sharp line of his jaw, the glint of something in his eyes. Then he whispered, voice low and rough, "You're already too far in." The phrase hit me like a punch. Too far into what? What did he mean? I tried the engine again. Turned the key with desperation. The car shuddered, coughed, then died once more. No escape. My mind raced back to the freeway, the endless stretch of road behind me, the miles I'd covered tonight, the decisions that had led me here. I thought I was just pulling over for a quick break. I thought I'd be safe in the car, that the rest stop was just a quiet place to gather myself. I was wrong. Now, the road ahead was blocked, the car dead, the locks frozen. The man outside knew where I was. He had me trapped. And whatever this was, it wasn't about to end anytime soon. I forced myself to sit up straighter, trying to calm the rising tide of panic. If I lost it now, I'd be useless. I needed to think. Why me? I demanded, voice steadier than I felt. What do you want? He didn't answer, just circled the car slowly, footsteps crunching over the gravel. I caught a faint scent on the night air, something sharp, like burnt wood mixed with something metallic. A warning? A signature? I glanced again at the flickering lamp post. The bulb buzzed erratically, then went out, plunging the parking lot into darkness. The man's silhouette vanished. I strained my eyes, heart thundering, trying to hear, to see any sign of movement. Then a sudden, deliberate noise, something scraping against the pavement, slow and steady, like nails dragged across concrete. My breath caught. The scraping grew louder, closer. The sound wasn't random. It was intentional. I slammed my fist against the steering wheel, trying to shake myself free from the creeping dread. I don't know what you want, I said aloud, voice fierce despite the fear. But this isn't how it's going to end. No answer. Just the scraping sound, closer now. And then I heard it, a faint, almost imperceptible click from the passenger side door. The locks. They were moving. I froze. The realization hit me hard. The car wasn't just trapped from the inside. It was being unlocked from the outside. This wasn't about keeping me in. It was about letting me out. Or worse, leading me somewhere. My stomach twisted. I didn't want to leave. Not yet. Not without understanding what was happening. My fingers curled into fists. The seatbelt strap bit into my skin, but I didn't care. I wasn't going anywhere until I knew what I was walking into. The door handle shifted, then slowly creaked open. Breathing sharp and shallow, I glanced toward the shadowed figure slipping inside. He smiled, a slow, deliberate curve of the lips that didn't reach his eyes. "Ready?" he said, voice calm, almost kind. I swallowed hard. The point of no return wasn't a place, it was a moment. And I had just crossed it. The door creaked open just enough for a sliver of shadow to slip inside, thin and deliberate like a thread unraveling a sweater. My breath caught in my throat. The man from the shadows. He was here. Close enough to touch if I leaned, but I didn't dare move. The scraping sound had stopped, replaced by the soft scrape of fabric against metal, a slow, cautious movement. He didn't rush. He never rushed. I swallowed hard, the dry air sticking to my tongue. "What do you want?" The words came out rough, jagged, like broken glass sliding across the floor. I didn't expect an answer. I didn't want one. Yet still, I pressed. "Why are you doing this?" No reply. Silence. Complete silence. The overhead light flickered once, twice, then steadied, throwing a sickly yellow glow over the cracked dashboard and my clammy hands. My pulse hammered loud enough to drown out the night sounds beyond the car. The distant hum of a truck's engine, the occasional bark of a dog somewhere far off, the rustle of dry leaves skittering across the asphalt. Normal noises. But inside the car, the quiet was suffocating. I glanced at the passenger door. The man's shadow was a dark smear on the cracked vinyl seat. His outline was tall, but I couldn't see his face clearly, not yet. The faint scent of damp earth and something else, old sweat, maybe, crept in through the cracked window. It made my skin crawl. I tried the ignition again. Nothing. Just the click of a dead battery or a sabotage starter. The dashboard lights blinked weakly, then died. The car was dead. I was trapped. A sudden scrape, closer now. His hand slid along the inside of the door, fingers brushing the window frame. I could hear his breath, shallow and steady, almost like he was waiting for me to make the next move. I wanted to scream, to slam the door shut, to bolt the locks again, but the door was already unlocked. "Look," I said, voice lower now, trying to sound calm, "you don't have to do this. I don't know why you're here, but I'm not your enemy." He didn't answer. Instead, the shadow shifted, and I caught the glint of eyes, dark, cold, unblinking. It wasn't a threat exactly, but something worse. The kind of look that says, "I'm here, and I'm not leaving." My back pressed against the seat, and I could feel the rough texture of the upholstery digging into my skin. The car smelled stale, mixed with the faint coppery edge of my own sweat. My heart was a fist pounding against my ribs. I tried to steady my breathing, but my chest tightened. "Why me?" I whispered, half hoping he'd speak, half afraid he would. A slow smile, no, more like a curl of the lips, tight and unreadable. He stepped further inside, the faint creak of the door frame protesting under his weight. The car rocked slightly. My fingers dug into the fabric of the seat. It was then I noticed something odd, his hands. They were clean, almost too clean for someone lurking in shadows this long. No dirt under the nails, no signs of struggle or hurry. That meant planning. Patience. This wasn't random. He had been waiting, watching, knowing exactly where I'd stop. I looked away, toward the windshield. The rest stop beyond was empty, silent except for the hum of a faulty street lamp overhead. The orange glow flickered, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked concrete. Somewhere nearby, a crow cawed, sharp and sudden, breaking the night's stillness. "What do you want from me?" I said again, louder this time, forcing the words out despite the lump in my throat. He stopped moving. The silence pressed in again. Then, after what felt like forever, he finally spoke, quiet, measured. "You don't remember." I blinked. "Remember? I don't know you." My voice cracked, unsure whether to be angry or confused. "You do," he said. "You just don't want to." I shook my head, heart twisting. "No, I don't." He laughed softly, a dry, humorless sound that seemed to suck the warmth from the air. "You think this is about me?" He leaned closer, his breath cold against my cheek. "It's about them. About what you saw. What you left behind." I swallowed hard. A cold knot formed in my stomach. I hadn't seen anyone else that night. Had I? Or was this some kind of twisted game? My mind raced, trying to piece together fragments of memories, flashes of headlights, a sudden swerve, a figure on the road. But nothing made sense. "Who?" I whispered. "Who are you talking about?" He pulled back slightly, just enough to keep the distance but not enough to ease the tension. You thought you could run. You thought no one would find you. The car's interior felt smaller, tighter, as if the space was closing in on me. The temperature seemed to drop, a chill pressing against my skin despite the mucky night air outside. Sweat beaded on my forehead. "I'm not running," I said, voice shaking. "I'm just trying to get away." "From what? From who?" His voice was almost gentle now, but the menace lingered just beneath the surface. I couldn't answer, because I didn't know. The silence stretched. Then, without warning, he reached out and tapped my window once, twice with a knuckle. Sharp. Deliberate. The sound echoed in the stillness, a metronome marking out a terrible rhythm. I looked at him, eyes wide. "What does that mean?" He smiled again, the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It means you're exactly where I want you." A sudden movement outside caught my eye. A car approaching, headlights cutting through the darkness toward the rest stop. My heart leapt. Maybe help, I thought. Someone else. Rescue. But the man noticed too. His smile faded. His eyes narrowed. "No one's coming." The car slowed, then stopped at the edge of the lot, engine idling. I could hear muffled voices, low and urgent. The flickering street lamp bathed the scene in a pale light. "Please," I whispered, trying to catch the man's gaze. "You don't have to do this." He shook his head. "It's already done." The passenger door handle moved again, as if inviting me out. I swallowed hard. The lock clicked shut behind me. Trapped inside, the car felt like a cage, and the cage was closing. Outside, footsteps approached. I held my breath, the cold sweat running down my back. The man's shadow blended into the darkness, but his presence was everywhere, watching, waiting. The door opened fully this time. His silhouette filled the frame. The night air was colder than I remembered, sharp enough to slice through the thin jacket I'd grabbed on impulse. Headlights from my car cut a narrow swath of light across the cracked pavement of the rest stop. The place was dead silent except for the distant hum of the highway, a low, persistent drone that felt more like a warning than a comfort. I kept glancing toward the tree line where I'd seen the man earlier, but he was gone. Or maybe I just didn't want to see him anymore. I tried the ignition again. The key turned, the engine sputtered, coughed, and then died. The dashboard flickered and dimmed. My stomach tightened, a knot I couldn't loosen no matter how deep I breathed. Maybe the battery was dead or something else was wrong, but all I knew was that I was stuck. Trapped in a car with a stranger somewhere lurking in the shadows just beyond the dim glow of the parking lot. I sat back, hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. The smell of stale coffee from the thermos beside me mingled with the faint, wet odor of moss and damp earth wafting through the cracked window. Somewhere, a branch scraped against the roof, quick and sharp. I swallowed hard. "Hello?" My voice cracked, barely above a whisper. "Is someone there?" No answer. Only the cold night pressing in through the glass, the thick silence that seemed to cling to the air like a second skin. I tried to steady my breathing, counting each inhale and exhale. 1, 2, 3. But my mind raced, circling back to the man. How long had he been watching? Why hadn't he approached? Was he waiting for something or someone? I shivered, but it wasn't the cold this time. The flickering light above the restroom doors caught my eye. It sputtered erratically, casting long, twitching shadows that seemed to dance just out of focus. I'd never paid much attention to the rest stop before. It was just a stop, anonymous and forgettable on a long drive. Now, every detail felt magnified, a part of some sinister puzzle I was only beginning to glimpse. I tried the ignition one more time. Nothing. The engine was silent, stubborn. The car was a metal cage, and I was inside with no key to escape. I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling. No signal. Perfect. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat. Instead, I sat there, eyes darting between the edge of the woods and the empty highway. A distant dog barked once, sharp and lonely. The sound echoed, then faded. I thought about what I could do. Call for help? Impossible. Drive away? Not until the car started. Wait for morning? That meant hours trapped here, the man still out there somewhere. I realized I hadn't even checked the locks. My hands shook as I pressed the button. Locked. The doors were secure, but the knowledge didn't comfort me. A rustle from the tree line made me freeze. My breath hitched as a shadow detached itself from the dark. The man stepped into the light, slow, deliberate. I couldn't make out much, just the outline of a tall figure, shoulders broad but not threatening in shape. He didn't move closer, didn't say a word. He just watched. I swallowed again, the lump in my throat growing. Why are you here? I asked, voice steadier than I felt. No reply. Minutes passed. The man stayed still, like a statue carved out of shadow. I studied his face, catching glimpses between the flickers of the light. There was something familiar in his eyes, curiosity? Sadness? I wasn't sure. It was too dark to tell. Look, I don't want trouble, I said, trying to keep the panic from rising. If you want something, just say it. The man shifted, and for a moment I thought he might speak. Instead, he turned and walked slowly toward the trees. He disappeared into the blackness. I exhaled, the tension in my chest loosening just a fraction. But relief didn't come all at once. It was the kind of relief that felt fragile, like glass balanced on item's edge. I didn't know if he'd come back or if this was some twisted game. The whole night had felt like a slow crawl towards some terrible truth I wasn't ready to face. I leaned my head back against the seat, closing my eyes. The steady pulse of my heartbeat filled the silence, a reminder that I was still here, still breathing. I thought about what had brought me to this place, the long drive, the exhaustion, the hope for a quick break. None of it seemed real anymore. Then, just as I was about to give in to the quiet, the car shuddered. The engine caught, sputtered, and roared to life. Lights flickered back on. I blinked, surprised. The dashboard glowed steady and strong. I twisted the wheel, easing out of the parking spot, eyes scanning the dark woods for any sign of the man. The road stretched out ahead, empty and inviting. As I drove away, the night seemed to fold back into itself, the shadows retreating. But the feeling of being watched lingered, a cold whisper at the edge of my mind. I didn't stop again until I reached the next town, the first rays of dawn softening the horizon. I pulled into a diner, hands still trembling but steady enough to order coffee. The warmth of the place, the clatter of dishes, the murmur of other people, it all felt like a lifeline back to normal. I thought about what had happened. About the man in the shadows, the locked doors, the stalled engine. I realized I didn't know his name, his story, or why he chose that night, that place. But I understood this much: some dangers don't come with threats shouted into the dark. They come quietly, patiently, waiting for the moment you're most vulnerable. I finished my coffee, the bitter taste grounding me. Outside, the sun climbed higher, spilling light over everything. The rest stop was far behind me now, just a memory etched in the edges of my mind. But the lesson stayed clear: sometimes, the scariest monsters don't carry tool. Sometimes, they just watch. and you never really know when it's safe to look away. Story 2, Endless Circle, Footprints That Never Leave. The road had no name, at least not one marked on any map I'd bothered to check. I'd been looking forward to this trip, the kind of week-long escape that wasn't really an escape at all. No plans, no people, just a cabin someone I barely knew had lent me while they were away. I promised myself silence, solitude, maybe a little peace. Nothing fancy, but enough to make the city noise feel like a bad dream. The cabin sat just where the road ended, or so it seemed. One moment I was surrounded by nothing but trees, and then there it was, a squat wooden structure, weathered to a dull gray, nestled into a small clearing. The windows were shuttered, the porch sagging just a bit on one side. It looked like it had been waiting for me, or maybe just for someone. I pulled the car onto the gravel driveway, the tires crunching sharply. Getting out, the air hit me differently, colder, maybe, or just sharper, more alert. I could hear birds somewhere nearby, high and distant, their calls almost too clear in the quiet. A faint rustle came from the underbrush, as if the woods themselves were breathing. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and something faintly musty, like forgotten memories. Dust motes floated in the shafts of late afternoon sunlight filtering through cracks in the shutters. I dropped my bag on the floor, the thud echoing off the bare walls. The furniture was sparse, a sagging couch, a rickety table, a few mismatched chairs. Nothing had changed since the last tenant, whoever they might have been. I sat down on the couch and ran my fingers over the rough fabric, feeling the small snags and worn patches. The quiet settled over me, thick and palpable. It was the kind of quiet that made you listen harder, made every creak and groan feel amplified. The floorboards sighed under my weight. Outside, a crow called once, harsh and sudden. That first night, I slept poorly. The unfamiliar sounds of the forest, twigs snapping, leaves rustling, kept me half awake. I told myself it was nothing, just animals moving around. But I noticed the way the shadows shifted just beyond the window's edge, like something watching. I pulled the curtains tighter. Morning came slow. The sun sifted through the trees, turning the dew-soaked grass into a glittering sea of green and gold. I stepped outside, boots crunching on the gravel, and that's when I saw them, footprints. Fresh, clear impressions circled the cabin's perimeter, pressed into the soft earth and damp leaves. They weren't my own. I recognized the tread, thick-soled boots, maybe, or something similar. My stomach tightened. I traced the prints with my eyes, wondering if I'd missed something the night before. No other signs, no discarded items, no broken branches. Just the footprints, circling, endless, like a silent watchman pacing a small domain. I told myself it was a hiker, someone passing through. But the prints didn't lead away, they looped back toward the woods, vanishing into the undergrowth. I crouched, fingertips brushing the cold dirt. The prints were fresh, no doubt about it. I could even smell the faint trace of rubber, dirt, and something else, maybe sweat or oil. I looked up, scanning the edge of the trees. A glint caught my eye. At first, I thought it was sunlight on a wet leaf, but no. It was a lens, small and dark, just barely visible behind a cluster of leaves. A camera. Someone had been watching me. I stood quickly, heart clenching. The woods felt too still all at once. I blinked, convinced I was imagining it. But the lens remained, unmoving, unblinking. It wasn't a trap, not exactly, but it felt like one, a quiet intrusion, a violation of the solitude I'd craved. I didn't know what to think. Who would hide a camera in the woods, just to watch an empty cabin? Was I being paranoid? Maybe. But the feeling settled deep in my chest, cold and insistent. I spent the rest of the day moving cautiously, checking the perimeter for more signs, but found nothing else. The woods were silent except for the occasional bird call or rustle of wind. I tried to convince myself I was safe, that this was just some odd quirk of the place. At dinner, I sat on the porch steps, eating cold beans from a can. The taste was bland, but it grounded me. The air was thick with the smell of pine and earth, and somewhere far off, a dog barked, sharp and sudden, then fading. The sky darkened unevenly, clouds gathering like bruises. I watched as the light shifted, trees casting long, tangled shadows. The camera lens would be hidden in the dark, but I knew it was there. Watching. Waiting. That night, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was circling me, just out of sight. The footprints, the lens, they were warnings or invitations. I wasn't sure which. I lay awake, listening to the woods breathe and the heartbeat of the earth beneath me. Silence. Complete silence. And then, the faintest sound of footsteps outside. My breath caught. The steps were slow, deliberate, pausing now and then, as if considering whether to come closer. I pressed myself against the cold window pane, eyes straining to pierce the darkness. A shadow flickered between the trees, then vanished. Whatever it wasn't ready to reveal itself yet. The footsteps stopped, just outside the window that first night. Sleep was impossible after that. I lay with my eyes open, listening to the quiet breath of the woods and the distant bark, which felt sharper now, almost urgent. At some point, the sky cleared, and moonlight spilled through the window, cooling my skin. Morning came too fast, and with it, the strange, fresh footprints circling the cabin like a slow, silent tide. They were unmistakably human. Bare footprints pressed deep into the damp earth, weaving a path that never crossed the porch or the windows, always just beyond my reach. Whoever had made them was watching. Watching me. I wanted to believe it was a prank, or maybe a local hunter curious about the new face in the woods. But the more I studied the prints, the less that idea held up. The pattern was too deliberate, almost ritualistic. I found myself tracing the circle with my eyes again and again, trying to catch a clue. The prints were fresh, definitely from the night. I knelt near the edge of the porch, fingertips brushing the cool dirt, but there was no other sign, no broken twigs, no discarded debris, nothing left behind except those footprints. A chill ran down my spine despite the morning sun. I remembered the camera lens from the trees. It hadn't moved overnight. The small black eye remained fixed on the cabin, half hidden in the thick branches, its glass catching the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows like a single blink. My hands trembled as I grabbed my jacket and headed outside, determined to find the thing and understand what it was. Had to be a camera, right? Who else would set up something like that? The forest was dense, the air sharp with pine and wet earth. My boots sank into the mossy soil, muffling my steps. I circled the cabin, eyes scanning every tree, every patch of underbrush. The lens was there, all right, mounted low on a slender branch, wrapped in green tape that barely concealed it. I crouched, heart hammering, and touched the device gently. It was a weatherproof camera, small and sophisticated, with a memory card slot and a battery compartment. I glanced around. No wires, no obvious trail leading to it. Whoever had put it up had known what they were doing. I felt the familiar sting of being watched, the way it made my skin crawl. I wasn't just trespassing here. I was being studied. I slipped the camera into my backpack, my mind racing. What did I want to do with it? Check the footage? Destroy it on the spot? Neither felt safe. I decided to take it inside, to figure things out with the daylight. Back in the cabin, I placed the camera on the rough wooden table, its dark lens staring back at me like a silent judge. The air inside smelled faintly of pine sap and the lingering scent of smoke from the last fire. I sat down, hands still shaking, and plugged the camera into my laptop. The screen flickered to life. There were dozens of files, all video clips, mostly short, ranging from a few seconds to several minutes. I watched, eyes narrowing, as the clips played out. Most were shots of the cabin's exterior, often at night, grainy but unmistakable. I saw myself moving inside, opening cupboards, stepping onto the porch. Each clip was a fragment, a piece of some unseen puzzle. One clip froze me cold. It showed the porch at dusk, just before the clouds rolled in last night. A figure stepped into frame, just beyond the reach of the porch light. I could only make out the outline, a tall, thin shape, wearing a hood, face hidden in shadow. The figure paused, then turned slowly, as if sensing the camera. Then, just like that, it was gone. I sat back, breath shallow. It wasn't a prank. It wasn't a curious hunter. Someone had been here, watching me for days, maybe longer. My hands clenched into fists. I tried to imagine who. A local, maybe, or someone with a grudge. But why? And how had I not seen them? The woods were thick, but not impossible to move through. Not if you knew the paths. I ran my fingers through my hair, frustration and fear knotting tight in my chest. I needed help. Not that I wanted to admit it. I'd come here to get away from people, for some kind of peace. Now, it felt like I was trapped in a slow, tightening noose of eyes and footsteps. Then, a knock at the door. Sharp. Sudden. My heart lurched. Who's there? I called, voice steadier than I felt. No answer. Another knock, louder this time. I grabbed a heavy book from the shelf and edged toward the door, peeking through the peephole. Nothing but empty porch. The wind had shifted, carrying the scent of damp earth and something else, something metallic, faint and unsettling. I opened the door just a crack. No one. But on the doorstep lay a folded piece of paper, edges damp from the morning dew. I picked it up, fingers trembling. The note was brief, written in a hurried scrawl. You're not welcome here. Leave before it's too late. My breath caught. The words weren't a joke. They were a warning. I folded the note carefully, sliding it into my pocket. The sky outside had darkened again. The clouds were gathering fast, blotting out the sun. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it a low, mournful creak like the cabin itself was groaning under some invisible weight. I stared back into the woods, heart hammering. Whoever this was, they were close. Watching. Waiting. I couldn't leave. Not yet. Not until I knew why. But I knew one thing for sure. This cabin was no longer a refuge. It was a trap. The night hung heavy like a curtain I couldn't push aside. The next morning, the sky was a leaden slab, the kind of gray that blots out color and hope alike. I woke with the taste of stale coffee and the sour tang of sweat in my mouth. My throat was raw from the restless night, my skin prickling with a dozen tiny itches I couldn't scratch. I tried to shake the heaviness off, but it clung to me like wet clothes. Outside, the footprints circled the cabin again, fresh and unmistakable, their shapes pressed deep into the soft earth like a slow heartbeat pulsing beneath the surface. I knelt beside one, tracing the outline with a shaking finger. They weren't just random wanderings. Whoever it was had been pacing, watching, marking territory like a predator or a prisoner. That's when I saw it, a glint caught among the branches a little way into the woods. I squinted, heart knocking against my ribs. The camera lens. It was small, almost invisible against the mottled bark, but there it was, cold and unblinking. I blinked, hoping my eyes had betrayed me, but no. That lens was watching me right now, recording every breath, every movement. I stepped back, suddenly aware of how exposed I was. The cabin had once felt like a sanctuary, now it was a stage. There was a script I hadn't read, lines I hadn't rehearsed, and an audience I didn't want. I spent the day pacing, trying to piece together who might be behind this. No one had passed the dirt road for days. The nearest neighbor was miles away, a grizzled man who never bothered with anything beyond his porch. The local ranger station was closed for the season. I was alone. Or so I told myself. The sun dipped lower, and the wind picked up again, tugging at the eaves and rattling the window panes. I sat by the fireplace, though it was cold, staring at the folded note in my lap. The words echoed in my mind, "You're not welcome here. Leave before it's too late." But I couldn't leave. Not now. Not without answers. Later, I found the courage, or maybe the recklessness, to explore the edge of the forest where the camera was hidden. The underbrush was slick with dew, leaves crunching softly underfoot. I moved slowly, careful not to make noise, heart hammering louder with every step. The lens was mounted on a crude bracket, aimed directly at the cabin. Whoever had put it there wanted a clear shot. A record. An intrusion. I took a deep breath and tore the camera loose. The metal was cold and heavier than I expected, wires dangling and the lens cracked. I wanted to destroy it, but I knew better, keeping it might be my only leverage. Back at the cabin, I placed the device on the kitchen table, the cracked glass reflecting the weak light. I ran my fingers along its edges, thinking about whoever was out there. Watching. Waiting. I wasn't just being observed. I was being hunted. My mind raced. Why here? Why me? What had I stumbled into? The note was no random act. It was a message, a boundary crossed, and now there was no going back. I tried to call the ranger station one last time, but the line was dead. No cell service. No way out. The road leading back to civilization was blocked by fallen trees, the storm already making its presence known before it had even arrived. I was trapped. That night, the wind howled like a chorus of ghosts, rattling the cabin's windows and pushing rain against the walls. I sat by the window, watching the dark line of trees, the shadows moving just beyond the reach of the porch light. Every creak, every snap of a twig made my skin crawl. And then I heard it. A soft voice tarried on the wind, just beyond the trees, whispering words I couldn't quite catch. I pressed my face against the glass, breath fogging the pain. The voice stopped. Silence. Complete silence. But I knew it wasn't over. I wasn't just a visitor here anymore. I was part of something deeper, something I couldn't escape. The footprints, the camera, the note, they were all pieces of a puzzle I was being forced to solve. And the longer I stayed, the more I realized this wasn't about me leaving. It was about whoever was out there making sure I never could. My fingers trembled against the cold glass as I pulled back, heart pounding in a rhythm that felt too loud in the stillness. Shadows shifted beyond the window, fleeting shapes that vanished before I could focus on them. The owls groaned beneath the weight of the night, every creak and whisper a reminder that I was not alone. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale air and something metallic lingering on my tongue. Stepping away, I traced the outline of the note again, the jagged edges scratching lightly against my palm. Whoever had left it wanted me to see it, but why? Was it a warning, a taunt, or a plea? The idea that someone else was watching me from the dark corners of this place gnawed at my nerves. I needed answers, but every instinct screamed to run. I moved cautiously down the hallway, eyes scanning for any sign, any clue that could unravel the mystery. The camera lay on the floor, its lens cracked but still glaring back at me like a silent judge. I picked it up, fingers brushing over the worn leather strap. A sudden noise, a faint scraping, made me freeze. The sound was coming from upstairs. I hesitated, then climbed the creaking stairs, each step a test of my resolve. At the top, the corridor stretched endlessly, doors slightly ajar as if inviting me in. I paused outside the last door on the right. A flicker of movement inside caught my eye, shadows dancing on peeling wallpaper. Summoning every ounce of courage, I pushed the door open. The room was empty, save for an old chair facing a window and a single photograph pinned to the wall. I stepped closer, heart in my throat. The photo was of me, taken just moments ago, from outside the house. Someone had been watching me all along. And now, they were waiting. The photograph stayed pinned to the wall, staring back at me like a cruel invitation. But nothing did. I lowered my gaze to the cracked lens of the camera in my hand. The leather strap was cold and rough beneath my fingertips, and I could feel the faint vibration of a memory, an echo of footsteps traced in the dirt outside, the slow circling that had become a grim ritual each morning. A scraping noise came again, sharper this time, like nails against wood. I froze. The hairs on the back of my neck prickled, and I could taste the dry rust of fear on my tongue. It was coming from the hallway. I tucked the camera into my jacket pocket, trying to steady my breathing. The narrow corridor stretched out, the peeling wallpaper whispering secrets I wasn't ready to hear. My footsteps echoed softly as I moved, each creak of the old floorboards sounding impossibly loud. At the end of the hall, the door to the attic stood slightly ajar. I hadn't dared go up there earlier, but the noise was unmistakable now. Something or someone was up there. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the thick air. No answer. Just that scrape again, like slow, deliberate scratching. I pushed the door open wider. The attic was a cramped space, cluttered with forgotten furniture and dusty boxes. Moonlight spilled through a small skylight, casting long shadows that shifted with every breath of wind. There. A figure crouched near the far corner, barely visible. My stomach twisted. I swallowed and forced my feet forward. Who's there? My voice cracked, but I held it steady. The figure didn't move. Hey, I said again, stepping closer. Suddenly, the figure turned. It was a woman, her eyes wide and haunted, her clothes torn and dirty. She looked like she'd been living here for some time, but her presence made no sense. I blinked, trying to place her. Are you okay? I asked, my voice softer now. She nodded, hesitating. I didn't mean to scare you, she said, voice barely above a breath. I've been hiding. From what? I asked, my heart pounding in my chest. Her eyes darted toward the door, then back to me. They watch. They always watch. A shiver ran down my spine. Who watches? Who's watching you? She swallowed hard, then whispered, the same ones who've been watching you. A sudden rush of cold wind swept through the attic. The skylight rattled as if warning us. I glanced toward the window, heart hammering. In the brush outside, I caught a glimpse of something, and I catching the moonlight, a faint glint of glass. The camera. The woman grabbed my arm, her grip tight and urgent. You can't stay here. They'll come for you tonight. I tried to pull free, but her fingers dug in deeper. Who? What do they want? She looked past me, eyes frantic. Control. To scare you into silence. I swallowed, my mind racing. The footprints, the camera, the stalking presence, it was all connected. But why? And how had she survived? Listen, she said, voice low but fierce, you have to leave before dawn. They don't just watch, they trap. A sudden noise from below, a floorboard creaking, slow and deliberate. Both of us froze. They're here. The woman's eyes locked on mine. Follow me. Now. I hesitated for a heartbeat, then followed her into the darkness, the weight of the cabin pressing down on me like a living thing. The unknown was closing in, and I wasn't sure I'd make it out this time. We crept through the narrow hallway, shadows stretching and twisting with every flicker of the dying candle she held. The air was thick with dust and something else, something metallic and bitter that clung to my tongue and made me swallow hard. Behind us, the creaks multiplied, footsteps echoing faintly but growing steadily closer. Quiet, she whispered, pressing a finger to her lips. They're hunting for any sign we leave. My heart hammered against my ribs as we reached the back door. I could almost taste the cold night air beyond it, promising both freedom and danger. She pulled the door open just enough to slip out, then helped me after her. The sudden chill was a shock, but it was better than the suffocating cabin. Which way? I asked, barely audible. East, she said. Through the woods, then across the ridge. They won't expect us there. Branches scraped at my face and tore at my clothes as we plunged into the blackness. Every snap of a twig or rustle of leaves set my nerves on edge. My breath came out in ragged clouds, but the cold kept me alert, kept me moving. Why did you stay? I finally asked, voice shaking despite myself. Why didn't you run earlier? She glanced back briefly, eyes glinting with something fierce and broken. I had to find proof, something they couldn't erase. But I barely escaped the last time. I'm lucky you showed up. I swallowed my fear. I'm not leaving you. She slowed, studying me in the moonlight filtering through the trees. Good. Because if you run now, you die alone. We moved deeper into the forest, the canopy swallowing the sky until only slivers of stars blinked overhead. Minutes dragged into an hour, the stifling silence between us filled with the sound of our labored breathing and the distant howl of a lone wolf. Suddenly, the sharp crack of a branch snapping shattered the quiet. We froze. There, she hissed, grabbing my arm. They're following. I felt the familiar surge of panic clawing at my throat, but she pulled me faster, weaving between trunks and underbrush, each step desperate and wild. Behind us, voices low and urgent rose, calling out in a language I didn't understand. Keep moving, she urged. Almost there. A faint light appeared ahead, a clearing bathed in moonlight and the soft glow of a solitary lantern. We burst into it, gasping for air. At the center stood a figure, tall and cloaked, their face hidden beneath a hood. Are you all right? The figure asked, voice calm but urgent. The woman nodded, but I could see the strain in her eyes. They know we're here. The cloaked figure stepped forward, producing a small device that emitted a piercing beep. We don't have much time. Come with me if you want to live. Without waiting for a response, they turned and disappeared into the shadows beyond the clearing. The woman hesitated, then grabbed my hand. This way, she said. Our only chance. I followed, heart pounding, into the unknown, into whatever awaited us in the darkness. We moved through the dark like ghosts, shadows swallowed by shadows, the lantern's faint glow trembling in rhythm with my shallow breaths. The cloaked figure led us deeper into the woods, the path narrowing until the trees pressed close, their branches tangled like skeletal fingers. I couldn't shake the sensation of being watched still. Even with the oppressive darkness, the lens I'd glimpsed earlier among the trees haunted my mind. Was it gone now? Or just waiting? I didn't dare look back. The clearing we'd reached before was just the beginning, it seemed. After what felt like an eternity of walking, we arrived at a small cabin, barely visible beneath a canopy of pines. The figure slipped inside first, the door creaking softly behind them. The woman released my hand and closed the door. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of damp wood and old earth. A single bulb hung from the ceiling, casting a yellowed light over rough wooden furniture and scattered papers. The woman exhaled slowly, a fragile kind of relief in her eyes. "We're safe," she whispered. "For now." I sank onto a creaking chair, my legs trembling enough to make me catch myself on the table. The woman sat across from me, rubbing her hands together as if to chase away the cold that wasn't entirely from the night air. "Who are they?" I asked, voice hoarse. She hesitated, then said, "People who want to control this land. Control what happens here. Why watch me? Why follow me?" My voice cracked. I hadn't realized how raw I sounded until then. "They've been watching anyone who comes here for years," she said. "You were just unlucky." "Unlucky," I repeated, tasting the bitterness of those words. The forest no longer felt like a sanctuary. It was a cage, and I had been a rat scurrying inside. The cloaked figure reappeared, holding a small, battered notebook. "This might help," they said, placing it on the table. "Names, dates, movements. Enough to understand the pattern." I flipped through the pages, the cramped handwriting telling a story of surveillance and intimidation, of people disappearing without a trace, of warnings left unheeded. It was a ledger of fear. Hours passed. I tried to piece it all together, but the weight of it made my hands shake. Outside, the forest whispered its endless secrets, indifferent to the human dramas unfolding beneath its canopy. When dawn edged through the grimy window, the woman stood. "We need to move again," she said. "They won't give up." I nodded, but my body protested. The notebook was tucked into my jacket, a fragment of evidence I wasn't sure how to use yet. Back outside, the air was cold and sharp, the scent of pine resin mixed with wet moss. The footprints I'd seen earlier were still fresh, circling the cabin as if marking it, warning me. I stared at them, fingers brushing the rough bark of a tree. They weren't just watching, they were claiming. "Why me?" I asked the woman again, my voice barely above the wind. She looked at me with something like pity. "Because you came here. Because you noticed. That makes you dangerous to them." I swallowed hard, the taste of fear bitter on my tongue. But underneath it, something else stirred, something fierce and stubborn. "Then I'm dangerous," I said quietly. We left the cabin behind, moving toward a dirt road that might lead to help, or at least to somewhere less haunted by eyes in the trees and footsteps in the mud. The road was rough, the gravel crunching underfoot, sunlight breaking through the branches in mottled patches. I paused, looking back once more at the dark forest edge. The camera lens, if it was still there, was hidden now, but the feeling lingered. Like a shadow stitched into the landscape. Days later, safe in a small town far from those woods, I sat in a cafe, the notebook open on the table before me. The woman's words echoed in my mind, mingling with the quiet hum of conversation and steaming cups of coffee. I was no longer just a visitor to that place. I was a witness, a keeper of secrets too heavy to ignore. The threat, I realized, wasn't just the people who had followed me or the cameras that watched. It was the silence that allowed them to exist, the unspoken rules that kept everyone looking away. I traced a line in the notebook, a name underlined twice. "We can't let this go," I muttered. "Because some things, once seen, don't disappear. They grow. They push. They demand to be faced." And I wasn't going to run again. The forest was still out there, dark and waiting. But so was I, changed, fractured, and somehow more certain than ever that I had to fight the quiet that hid the worst kinds of danger. I left the cafe with the notebook tucked under my arm. The air smelled of rain and exhaust, but it smelled like hope too. The kind that comes from finally choosing to act. It wasn't over. Maybe it never would be. But I had found my voice. And that was something no one could take away. I stepped into the fading light, feeling the weight of every step grounding me. The path ahead was uncertain, tangled with shadows and memories, but I no longer feared them. Each breath was a promise to keep moving forward, to face whatever darkness lurked beyond, and to write my own story, page by page. Story 3, lost on Hawthorne Avenue, trapped between dimensions. I woke on the cold ground again. The first time this happened, I thought I'd just fallen asleep on a long walk, maybe wandered too far and lost track of time. But it had happened twice before, and last night was the third time. I didn't remember how I got there, not a single step, not even the moment I left the house. I didn't even know where there was. My phone was dead, no surprise, but the battery had been full when I went to bed. I pushed myself up, the damp cold seeping through my jacket. The ground beneath was uneven, scattered with bits of broken glass and crumbling brick. I smelled mildew and something sharp, like old metal rusting away. The air tasted stale, like a basement that's been shut tight for decades. The wind was still, but a faint hum of traffic drifted in from far away, reminding me I was still somewhere on the edge of civilization. I checked the time on my watch. It was almost 6 in the morning. I should be waking up properly, not scraping dirt off my jeans in some forgotten lot. My hands trembled a little, or maybe it was the chill. I tried to shake it off. I wasn't the type to lose my head over a few odd nights. Still, something felt wrong. The buildings around me looked abandoned, but not just empty storefronts or old factories. These were places frozen in time, boarded up windows with thick layers of dust on the glass, rusted metal gates chained shut, faded signs peeling away like dead skin. One building had a faded painted advertisement for a soda brand I'd never heard of, the colors dulled by years of neglect. It was like stepping into a different decade, but none of this showed up on any map I checked. I kept my phone out, hoping for a signal. Nothing. Not even that futile no-service message. I tried dialing 911, but the screen blinked dead again. I pocketed it, the weight of silence around me growing heavier. The street was empty. No cars, no people. The only sounds were the distant crow and a dog barking somewhere far off, sharp and lonely. I took a deep breath, trying to find something familiar. The cold air filled my lungs but did little to calm the itch crawling at the back of my neck. I glanced down at my clothes, no dirtier than when I went to bed, no scratches or tears. If I'd been out here all night, I have expected something. Scratches, scrapes, at least a smudge on my face. Nothing. I started walking. The street stretched ahead, cracked pavement flaking at the edges. The buildings leaned toward each other like old friends huddling against the wind. Paint peeled from doors and window frames like brittle skin. I reached out and touched the rough plaster. It crumbled under my fingers, powdery and dry. The silence swallowed my footsteps. At the corner, I stopped near a faded street sign, Hawthorne Avenue. I'd never heard of it before. The name didn't ring a bell, and when I searched my memory for any connection, there was only blankness. I pulled out my phone again to check my location once more. Still no signal. That was when I noticed the camera. It was perched high on the corner of a building, black and boxy, angled down toward the street. The lens was dusty, but intact. How long had it been there? Who had installed it? The building itself looked like an old warehouse, its windows sealed shut with layers of plywood and rusted metal plates. The door was chained and padlocked. I felt a sudden impulse to check what the camera had recorded. It seemed absurd, like trying to read tea leaves in the dark, but I had no other clue where I was or how I'd ended up here again. Back at home, I'd installed a few security cameras around the house a month ago, mostly to keep an eye on the dog walker and the delivery guy. I wasn't paranoid, just cautious. I pulled up the footage from the night before, scrolling through the timeline with a growing knot in my stomach. And then I saw it. Me. Walking down a cracked alleyway I didn't recognize, under the flickering light of a broken street lamp. I looked tired, disoriented. My jacket was zipped halfway, my hands shoved deep into my pockets. I passed one of those abandoned buildings, the same kind I'd found myself next to this morning. The camera caught me pushing at the door, even though it was clearly chained shut. I sat back, breath caught in my throat, watching myself like a ghost. There was no way I could have remembered any of this. I hadn't left the house. Not consciously, anyway. I rewound, scanning the footage backward. I saw no sign of anyone else, no cars, no shadows, no figures lurking just out of frame. Just me, wandering into places that, as far as I could tell, shouldn't exist anymore. I told myself it was a mistake. Maybe a glitch in the system, or some prank I hadn't noticed. But the more I watched, the harder it was to deny. Something was wrong. I stared at the screen long after the footage ended. The room was quiet except for the faint hum of the laptop and the distant sound of a neighbor's morning radio. I rubbed my eyes, the edges burning. The next morning, I found myself staring at the map again. I searched for Hawthorne Avenue and the warehouse district, but no trace. It was like this place had vanished from the world, leaving only the crumbling buildings and the cold ground beneath my feet. I tried to tell a friend about it later, but the words tangled up in my throat. Who would believe me? You're just stressed, they'd say. Maybe you passed out. I knew how that sounded. I wasn't losing my mind, not yet. But if I was, maybe that was the scariest part. Days passed. Each morning, I woke somewhere new. Somewhere real, but forgotten, sealed away like the past itself. And every night, without fail, I found myself walking again through streets that didn't belong on any map, into buildings shut tight for decades. I didn't know where I was going. I didn't know why. But I knew I couldn't keep pretending it wasn't happening. The silence between the nights was growing heavier. And the question wasn't if I'd find answers. It was if I'd live long enough to face them. The next morning, I woke up still thinking about what I had discovered the night before, the strange, abandoned warehouse district that didn't exist on any current map, the crumbling buildings sealed off for decades, and the security footage showing me wandering inside like some sleepwalker with no control. I got out of bed and stared at my phone. For missed calls from Jess. She was probably worried I was ignoring her again. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the screen. I needed someone to talk to, but I couldn't explain this without sounding crazy. Eventually, I called her back. "Hey," I said, voice rough from disuse. "Where the hell have you been? I've been calling for 2 days." Her tone was sharp, a mix of relief and irritation. I've been dealing with stuff. Weird stuff." I swallowed hard. "Look, I need your help." There was a pause. "Okay. What kind of weird?" I took a shaky breath and told her everything I could remember, the waking up miles from home, the vanished warehouse district, the footage. The more I talked, the more I realized how fragmented it all sounded, like a bad dream I was trying desperately to believe was real. Jess was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "That sounds serious. I don't think you're making this up. But maybe you need to start writing things down. Dates, places, times, everything. You need a record." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "I've started doing that. I'm going back to that warehouse district tonight. There was hesitation in her voice. Are you sure that's a good idea? What if someone's watching? What if it's not safe? I have to, I said. I can't just wait for this to happen again without knowing why. We agreed to meet the next day. Jess had a background in urban history and some connections with local archives. Maybe she could help me figure out why this place vanished. After hanging up, I pulled on a worn jacket and headed outside. The air was crisp, early spring biting at my skin. I walked to the nearest coffee shop, hoping caffeine might clear the fog in my head. The bell above the door jingled as I entered, and the rich smell of roasted beans hit me like a small comfort. I ordered a black coffee and sat by the window, absently tapping my pen against a notebook. The pages were already filled with scribbles, addresses, times, sketches of the buildings I'd seen on the footage. The warehouse district was a maze of rusted steel and broken glass in my mind, but I didn't have a single official record. That's when I noticed the news on the TV mounted in the corner. A report about urban redevelopment plans in the city, mentioning a neighborhood once called Hawthorne that had been cleared out in the 1970s. The reporter's voice was steady but distant, describing demolished buildings and displaced families. I scribbled Hawthorne in big letters. Could this be the place? The warehouse district I'd seen might have been part of that neighborhood before it was erased from the map. The idea made my stomach churn. How could a whole district just disappear? And why was I being drawn there? The afternoon passed in a blur. I tried to focus on Jess's research when she arrived at my place. She carried a folder thick with photocopies and notes from the city archives. We found some things, she said, spreading the papers across my kitchen table. Mostly old zoning maps and property deeds. Hawthorne was officially condemned in 1974 after a series of industrial accidents. The city bulldozed most of it, but some buildings were sealed off instead of torn down. Sealed off? I echoed. Yeah. The city never explained why. Just unsafe structures. But there's no record of what they were unsafe from. No mention of contamination or structural damage. She looked at me, eyes sharp. It's like they wanted the place forgotten. I swallowed hard. That matches what I saw. Buildings boarded up tight, like they didn't want anyone inside. Jess tapped a photo of a crumbling brick facade with boarded windows. This is one of them. The security footage you showed me matches this building exactly. A chill ran down my spine. The pieces were coming together, but the picture was growing darker. Do you think someone could be using these buildings? I asked. Maybe, Jess said. Or maybe they're hiding something inside. Either way, it's dangerous to go alone. I nodded. I'm planning to go back tonight. She shook her head, worry furrowing her brow. I'm coming with you. That night, we drove out to the edge of the city. The streets narrowed, cracked asphalt giving way to gravel and weeds. The moon hung low, casting long shadows that seemed to twitch and stretch like living things. When we reached the first building, the air changed. It smelled like damp concrete and rust, with a faint metallic tang that made my nose wrinkle. The boarded windows looked like empty eye sockets, and the heavy doors groaned when we pushed them open. Inside, the silence was thick, pressing against our ears. Our footsteps echoed awkwardly, bouncing off cracked walls and piles of debris. Dust motes drifted in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like tiny ghosts. Jess whispered, "Look at these marks." On the floor were strange scratches, long and deliberate, almost like someone had dragged their hands along the concrete. My hands trembled as I crouched to get a closer look. "What do you think they mean?" She shrugged. Maybe warnings? Or a way to mark a path? We moved deeper, the building sprawling like a skeleton with missing ribs. Broken machinery lay dormant, covered in layers of grime. I felt eyes on us, but when I turned, there was only darkness. Then, a sudden noise, a faint shuffle from the next room, snapped me out of my thoughts. Jess froze. "Did you hear that?" I nodded, heart hammering. "Someone's here." We pressed back toward the door, but it slammed shut before we could reach it. The sound was sharp, final. I yanked at the handle. Locked. Jess's breath hitched. "We're trapped." Panic clawed at my throat. The walls seemed to close in, the air thickening as a low hum began to rise, almost imperceptible but growing steadily. It wasn't supernatural. It was mechanical, like a machine powering up somewhere deep inside. I scanned the room, desperate for an exit or even just a vent. The floor beneath us vibrated faintly. Jess grabbed my arm. "We need to stay calm. There has to be a way out." I swallowed hard, trying to steady my breath, but the pounding in my ears drowned out everything else. The scratches on the floor suddenly looked less like warnings and more like a countdown. Then, from the darkness beyond, a figure stepped forward. A man. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a step closer, and the humming grew louder, vibrating through my bones. Jess whispered, "We shouldn't have come here." I wanted to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. The man reached into his pocket, pulling out a small device that blinked with red lights. "We're not alone," he said. "And you shouldn't be here." The air grew colder, the walls closing in tighter, and I realized then that the danger wasn't from ghosts or lost memories. It was very real. And it was waiting for me in the shadows. My hands shook as I reached for Jess. "We need to get out. Now!" But the man was already moving, and the humming was rising into a deafening roar. Somewhere deep inside, I knew this was only the beginning. The man stepped into the pale circle of light from the cracked doorway. His face was half shrouded in shadow, but I caught the sharp angle of his jaw, the faint twitch of a scar near his temple. His eyes, dark, tired, locked onto mine. Jess stepped behind me, fingers digging into my jacket. "Don't move," he said, voice low but steady. "No menace in it. Just authority." I swallowed, the dryness in my throat suddenly unbearable. The hum beneath the floor thrummed louder, like a heartbeat gone haywire. I glanced at Jess, her eyes wide, her hand trembling on my back. We were trapped, and whatever this man was, he wasn't going to just unlock the door and let us leave. "Who are you?" I managed. My voice cracked. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he moved a step closer, the floorboards creaking under his weight. The air shifted, thickening with the smell of mildew and stale sweat. I noticed how the dust motes floated in the thin beam of his flashlight, swirling like ghosts in the stale air. "Name's Cal," he said finally. "You're not supposed to be here." "Well, yeah, that's kinda obvious," I said, trying to inject some humor, but my voice was barely a whisper. Cal's eyes narrowed. "You don't know what you're dealing with. None of this is a game." I looked at Jess. She swallowed hard, her knuckles white around my jacket. "What's this place?" Jess asked, voice trembling. Cal hesitated, then gestured at the cracked plaster walls, the peeling paint, the rusted pipes sneaking across the ceiling. "This isn't just some abandoned building. It's been a containment site. For years. Officially, it doesn't exist. But it's real and dangerous." "Dangerous how?" I asked, stepping forward despite the lump of dread lodged in my stomach. He took a deep breath and ran a hand through his thinning hair. People come here looking for answers. Or escape. But this place, it doesn't let you go. Not easily. I felt a cold sweat break out on my back. We were just trying to get out, I said. We don't want any trouble. Cal's eyes flicked to the door, then back to us. Trouble found you the moment you stepped inside. The hum beneath our feet crescendoed, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. The walls seemed to pulse, as if the building itself was alive, breathing around us. I've been watching you, Cal said, voice dropping. You're not the first. And you won't be the last. Watching. Jess echoed, her voice barely audible. Cal's gaze hardened. Security cameras. Sensors. This place is wired to keep tabs on anyone who wanders in. I thought back to the footage I'd seen of me, wandering alone into these sealed-off buildings, places erased from every map. How had I gotten here? Why me? And who else was involved in this? Why? I asked, voice hollow. Cal shook his head. Because some secrets are dangerous. Because people in power want to keep them buried. I felt the walls closing in. The locked door behind us, the relentless hum, the man who knew more than he was telling. The cold realization settled in like ice. There was no walking away from this. Not anymore. Jess tugged at my sleeve. What do we do? I glanced at Cal, then back at the door. No handle, no lockpick, no hidden panel. Just sealed concrete and rusted steel. We find another way, I said, though my voice betrayed my doubt. We have to. Cal pulled a small device from his pocket, a compact tablet glowing faintly in the dim light. He tapped the screen, and a flickering map appeared, overlaid with red dots and a web of lines. Most people who come here get lost. The building's designed like a maze. But there's a pattern. A rhythm. I stared at the map, the lines crisscrossing like veins. What pattern? Movement. People. The building only lets you move in certain ways, at certain times. Step wrong, and you get stuck. Or worse. Jess swallowed audibly. Worse how? Cal's jaw tightened. Isolation. Disorientation. You start doubting what's real. You lose time. Lose yourself. My hands trembled, the edges of my vision blurring. That was what had been happening to me, waking miles from home, no memory, wandering into nowhere. It wasn't random. It was this place. This maze. And the people who run this? I pressed. Why keep someone trapped like this? Cal's eyes darkened. Because some truths can't be allowed out. Because sometimes the price of silence is survival. The hum shifted again, dipping into a low, ominous tone. The air grew colder, the stale scent now tinged with something metallic like rusted iron and old blood. Jess looked at me, voice breaking. What if we can't get out? I wanted to say I didn't believe it. That we'd find a way. But the tightness in my chest said otherwise. Cal stepped back, pulling a flashlight from his belt and flicking it on. The beam cut through the darkness, illuminating a narrow passageway hidden behind a broken panel in the wall. That's your way out, he said. But once you go down there, there's no turning back. I swallowed hard. The passage was dark, cramped. The air smelled of damp earth and forgotten things. I could hear the faint drip of water somewhere deep inside, like a slow, steady countdown. Jess reached for my hand. We have to do this. Together. I nodded, the weight of the unknown pressing down hard. My mind raced questions, doubts, fears, but one thing was clear. I'd crossed the point of no return. As we stepped into the passage, the door behind us groaned, then slammed shut with a finality that echoed through the silence. The hum faded, replaced by the sound of our footsteps, soft, cautious, and relentless, into the darkness. And I knew, with a sinking certainty, that whatever waited for us down here wasn't just a building. It was something far more insidious. Something human. The passage swallowed us whole. We moved slowly, the beam of the flashlight slicing through the gloom, revealing nothing but rough stone walls slick with condensation. The narrow corridor curved sharply, forcing us to squeeze past puddles of cold, standing water. My boots made a soft sloshing sound, swallowed almost immediately by the suffocating silence. "Did you hear that?" Jess whispered, stopping suddenly. The flashlight wavered in her hand. I strained to listen. A faint scrape. A breath, maybe. Something too soft to be sure. I shook my head. Just the building settling. Probably. She didn't look convinced. I wasn't either. Every instinct screamed at me to turn back, to slam the hidden door open and run until the sun baked the cold from my bones. But the door was closed. Locked away behind thick iron and rusted hinges that wouldn't budge. We had no choice. Deeper in, the passage opened into a cavernous room, the ceiling lost in shadows so complete they felt like a physical weight. The flashlight flickered, and I cursed under my breath, jabbing the button again and again until the beam steadied. The floor was uneven, cracked concrete littered with rubble. The smell shifted, now it was a sharp metallic bite, like old blood mixed with the copper tang of rust. "Look at this," Jess said, crouching beside a toppled filing cabinet. She brushed off a thick layer of dust and debris to reveal a faded photograph taped to the metal. It was yellowed and curled at the edges, a black and white snapshot of a group of people standing in front of a building. A factory, maybe. Their faces were blurry, but their eyes seemed to glare from the page. Men and women, all dressed in the drab uniform of factory workers from some distant era. Why would this be here? I asked, voice cracking slightly. Jess shook her head. It's like a time capsule. Like someone wanted to leave a message that wouldn't be found for a long time. A sudden noise made us both jump. This time it was a low, guttural sound, like something dragging itself across the concrete far off in the darkness. My breath caught. That wasn't the building. No, Jess agreed, voice tight. Someone else is down here. I swallowed hard, eyes darting around the shadowed room. The flashlight beam caught a thread of movement near the far wall, something quick and deliberate. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "We're not here to cause trouble. Just trying to find a way out." Silence answered me. Then the dragging sound again, closer now. I could hear my own pulse in my ears, thudding so loud I thought it might burst. The air grew colder, what with a clamminess that seeped into my clothes, chilled me to the bone. The flashlight flickered again, this time longer, as if something was interfering, some broken wiring or a dying bulb. Jess stepped closer, her breath shallow. "We should keep moving. Find another exit." I nodded but didn't take a step. The noise was coming from the narrow end of the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, where a pile of broken crates leaned against the wall. My skin prickled with a mix of fear and a strange, stubborn curiosity. What if it's someone trapped? I said, though the thought felt hollow. "No one's been down here for decades," Jess said. "Not unless they're hiding. And that means trouble." A figure emerged from the shadows, a man, gaunt and filthy, eyes wild and darting. His clothes were ragged, stained with dirt and something darker. He moved with a desperate energy, like a cornered animal. "Who are you?" Jess demanded, stepping in front of me protectively. He didn't answer. Instead, he lunged forward, not with violence, but with frantic urgency, grabbing Jess's arm. His grip was cold, clammy, like ice against skin. "Please," he whispered, voice breaking. "You don't understand. They're coming. They watch. Always watching." I wanted to pull Jess back, to tell this man to calm down, but something in his eyes held me frozen. Terror, yes, but also warning. The kind that sinks into your bones and refuses to let go. "Who's coming?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. "The ones who built this place," he said, voice trembling. "They left. But their eyes never closed." "Not really." Jess twisted free. "We don't want to be part of whatever this is. We're leaving." The man shook his head violently, stepping back into the shadows. "You can't. Not now. Not here." The room seemed to close in around us. The air thickened, charged with tension. The flashlight flickered again and died, plunging us into darkness so complete it felt like drowning. My heart slammed against my ribs in panic. I reached blindly for Jess's hand, finding it just as cold and trembling as mine. "Stay close," I whispered. A slow, deliberate sound began, a soft tapping, like fingernails against concrete. It echoed off the walls, coming from all directions at once. We crouched together, the darkness pressing against our skin, the tapping growing louder, faster. The man's words repeated in my mind. They watch. Always watching. Something unyielding and cruel hovered in that blackness, but it wasn't supernatural. It was human. And it was waiting. The air shifted suddenly, a faint breeze, unexpected and unnatural this deep underground. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a voice, low and calm, slicing through the quiet. "Why are you here?" Neither Jess nor I moved. "Answer me." The voice wasn't the man's. It was colder, more measured. It came from somewhere just beyond the edge of the flashlight's reach. I swallowed hard, words caught in my throat. "We're lost. Trying to find a way out." There was a pause. Then a slow, deliberate step. And another. The beam of the flashlight flickered back to life, weak and sputtering, illuminating a figure standing just a few feet away. Tall. Silent. Watching. The kind of person who doesn't ask questions because they already know the answers. Jess gripped my arm so tightly I thought she might leave bruises. "We shouldn't be here," she said, voice barely audible. "No," I whispered back. "But we are." The figure took a step forward. And the passageway behind us groaned, the hidden door we'd come through before locking shut again. No way back. Only forward. Into whatever waited in the darkness. I woke up in the back seat of my car, parked on the cracked asphalt of a forgotten lot. The sky was just beginning to lighten. The air smelled of damp leaves and something metallic, like old pennies left out in the rain. My head throbbed, and my mouth tasted like stale coffee and dust. I rubbed my temples, trying to piece together what had happened. Again. Another night lost to wandering, another morning miles from home with no memory of how I got there. The dashboard clock blinked 5:12 a.m. I'd been out for hours. The car's heater was off, but a thin layer of frost clung to the windshield, sparkling faintly under the dawn. I pulled the keys from the ignition and stepped out. The lot was bordered by a chain-link fence, rusted and sagging. Beyond that, the outline of a building rose in the weak light, a hulking shape I hadn't seen on any map or satellite image. Its windows were sealed with plywood, weathered and splintered. The air was sharp and cold, pressing close against my skin. I didn't want to go inside. I knew that feeling too well, the pull, the compulsion to cross thresholds where no one else would go. But I also knew I had to understand, or I'd never get off this loop. I checked my phone. No signal. Of course. That part never changed. No calls, no messages. Nothing from anyone. I felt the familiar knot tighten in my stomach. My hands trembled slightly. I wasn't sure if it was the cold or something else. I found a gap in the fence, just wide enough to squeeze through. The ground beyond was littered with dry leaves and broken glass. The building's front door was warped, hanging slightly ajar. I hesitated, then pushed it open. It creaked loudly in the stillness. Inside, the air was thick with dust and the scent of mildew. The floorboards groaned underfoot, uneven and warped by years of neglect. Faint light filtered through cracks in the boarded windows, casting long shadows that moved like ghosts. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. I walked slowly, my footsteps echoing. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, faded and stained yellow from water damage. Somewhere distant, a pipe groaned. Silence. Complete silence otherwise. I remembered the footage, how I'd wandered these places at night, drawn by some invisible thread. But tonight felt different. More urgent. I needed to find something. Anything. I moved deeper into the building. A sudden noise made me freeze, a scraping sound, like a chair dragged across concrete. My heart jerked. I wasn't alone. Hello? My voice was hoarse, cracked from disuse. I waited. Nothing. The silence pressed in again. The kind of silence that makes you question if you're really alone or if your mind is just playing tricks. Then I heard it again, but closer. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate. They weren't mine. I ducked behind a crumbling wall, pressing my back against the rough plaster. My breath came in shallow bursts. The temperature dropped, cold seeped into my bones. The footsteps paused outside my hiding place. I could smell something now, cigarette smoke, stale and bitter, mixed with the sharp tang of sweat. A voice whispered, low and cautious. You shouldn't be here. I blinked, trying to locate the source. Who's there? The words sounded braver than I felt. Someone who's been watching. Watching. The word hit me like a punch. I thought I was the only one caught in this nightmare. I stepped out slowly, hands raised. Look, I don't know what's going on. I'm not here to cause trouble. The figure emerged from the shadows. A man, middle-aged, face lined with exhaustion. His eyes flicked nervously around the room, never resting. You have no idea what you're messing with. I swallowed again. Why do you say that? He hesitated, then looked at me directly. This place, it's been forgotten for a reason. People like us don't belong here. People like us? I echoed, confused. He nodded grimly. The ones who wake up somewhere else. The ones who lose time. I've been trapped in this cycle longer than you. That hit me hard. I wasn't alone. There was someone else, caught in the same relentless loop. How do you break it? I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. He looked away, the weight of years pressing down on him. You don't. You survive. You find a way to stay sane, or it consumes you. The words sank in. I could feel the cold tightening its grip on my chest. But I also felt something else, a flicker of hope. If he had lasted this long, maybe I could too. We talked for a long time. Not about escape, there was none, but about the strange places we'd found ourselves in, the memories we'd lost, the fragments of identity we clung to. He showed me marks on his arms, faded scars from trying to push back against the madness. I touched my own wrists, realizing I had no scars, just the raw ache of uncertainty. The building groaned around us, the fragile shell of forgotten history. Outside, a dog barked distantly, a reminder that the world beyond this place still moved forward. When dawn finally broke, pale and tentative, I made a decision. I wouldn't run anymore. I wouldn't fight the darkness by myself. If these places were traps, then I'd face them with someone who understood. We left the building together, stepping carefully over broken glass and fallen plaster. The air was sharper now, cleaner. The first rays of sun warmed my face, and for the first time in weeks, I tasted something like normalcy. He smiled briefly. Maybe one day, someone will find a way out. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I believed it. But I had to believe something. On the drive home, the roads seemed less alien, the signs more familiar. The world was waking up, indifferent to my ordeal, but I felt different. Less broken. The nights wouldn't stop right away, and the memories might never come back fully, but I wasn't alone anymore. That night, I slept in my own bed. No strange places, no missing hours. When morning came, I didn't check the footage. I didn't want to know. I just wanted to live. Story 4, Unsettling Objects, Reality's Quiet Rebellion. I never thought a chair could betray me. That's the thing. It didn't break outright. It moved. Not the way a chair normally does, with a groan or a snap, but like a subtle, deliberate repositioning. Like it decided it didn't want to be where it was. I blinked at it, chest tightening. I don't know how long I sat frozen, staring, before I got up and inspected the leg, running my fingers over the wood's rough grain, feeling for cracks or instability. There was nothing obvious. Just that faint, unsettling sensation that something was off in a way I couldn't quite name. I've been having panic attacks lately. The kind that come out of nowhere and make your lungs seize, your hands tremble, and the world tilt like a ship caught in a storm. I'm not proud of it. I don't talk about it much. But it makes sense, doesn't it? A freelance editor with a crumbling routine, living alone in a cramped apartment above a bakery that never closes, where the smell of yeast and sugar sneaks in through the window at night. The constant hum of the city, the endless noise beneath the thin walls. It's exhausting. I could handle the panic attacks, that is, until the world itself began to feel unsteady. Earlier that day, I was in the kitchen, washing a chipped coffee mug, the one with a faded blue pattern of birds. I rubbed at a stubborn stain near the rim when suddenly the handle snapped clean off in my hand. I stared at the porcelain piece, damp and warm, resting between my fingers. How? I hadn't applied any pressure beyond the usual. It was like the mug had been waiting to give out. I set the broken handle on the counter, the sharp edges catching the light, and tried not to let the unease creep up my spine. Maybe it was just old. Maybe I was imagining things. But that feeling, that low, gnawing suspicion, had already begun to nest in my chest. I washed the rest of the mug, careful not to disturb the severed handle. Later, I caught the faintest movement from the corner of my eye. The framed photograph on my dresser, a picture of me and my sister from a year ago, had somehow shifted sideways. Not fallen, not completely turned, just askew. I wanted to chalk it up to a draft or a careless bump, but the room was still, and I was alone. I adjusted it, smoothing my palm over the glass, but the angle kept nagging at me like a whispered secret. That night, I lay awake, the ceiling light flickering intermittently, casting a jittery dance of shadows that made my skin crawl. My hand shook as I reached for my phone to check the time, fingers trembling enough to make the screen blur. The air felt thick, stale, like it was too heavy for breathing. Outside, a dog barked, distant but sharp, slicing through the silence. I tried to breathe slowly. In through my nose. Out through my mouth. The mantra I'd been repeating in therapy for months. It helped, a little. But even as I calmed, a part of me was watching, waiting for the next thing to move or break. I'm not a superstitious person. I know how that sounds. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was unraveling, not just in my mind, but around me. Like reality was fraying at the edges, threadbare and fragile. The idea made my skin itch. The next morning, the strangest thing happened. I found my apartment door slightly ajar. I'm careful about locking it. It's a habit drilled into me after a break-in years ago. The kind that leaves a mark. My heart hammered as I approached, the smell of freshly ground coffee from the bakery below mingling with the faint scent of something else, something metallic, maybe? I peered inside, but nothing seemed disturbed. No sign of forced entry, no footprints on the scuffed floorboards. Just the door, hanging open like a silent invitation. I closed it firmly, double-checked the lock, and moved inside, eyes darting to every shadowed corner. The familiar clutter of papers on my desk looked the same but somehow wrong. The pile had shifted, the edges of a notebook curling upward in a way they hadn't the night before. I knelt down, tracing the crease, trying to convince myself I'd just overlooked it. I thought about calling my sister. She's the one person who keeps me grounded, even when my thoughts spiral. But my throat tightened at the thought of telling her all this, how the world around me seemed to be folding in on itself, like a paper map crumpling under my fingers. I imagined her voice, calm and steady, telling me I was tired, stressed, letting anxiety distort my view. Maybe she was right. Still, the sense of being watched, no, not watched, but observed by some invisible force, clung to me. It was like walking on ice so thin I could see the dark water lapping just beneath the surface, waiting for one wrong step. I tried to focus on the mundane. The calendar on the wall, with its faded photos of mountains and lakes. The ticking clock, loud and steady, marking time like a heartbeat. The soft rustle of the curtains as a breeze slipped through the cracked window. I even brewed a fresh pot of coffee, the bitter aroma filling the room, grounding me for a moment. But the chair, yes, that chair, called to me. I found myself drawn back to it in the afternoon, sitting heavily and testing its legs one by one. Nothing gave. No creaks, no shifts. But I knew what I'd heard. Or thought I heard. Was I losing my grip? Was my brain playing tricks, twisting reality like a funhouse mirror? I wanted to believe this was all in my head. I needed it to be. My phone buzzed, breaking the silence. A text from my sister. Hey, just checking in. How are you holding up? I stared at the screen, fingers hovering over the keyboard. What could I say? That my chair might be conspiring against me? That I was watching the world unravel, one quiet fracture at a time? I typed back, fine. Just tired. Not a lie exactly, but the least I could do for now. I sat back and closed my eyes. The chair felt solid beneath me, but I didn't trust it. Not anymore. Something was wrong. I knew it. And I wasn't sure what was worse, the idea that I was losing myself, or that the world around me was quietly, irreversibly changing. The chair stayed still that night, silent and innocent under the harsh glow of the bedside lamp. I didn't sleep well. The room felt heavier than usual, thick with an unspoken tension that pressed against my skin. My hands trembled as I reached for my phone to check the time. 2:37 a.m. I scrolled through my messages again, the one from my sister still blinking on the screen. I hesitated, then typed back, still awake. Just thinking. It wasn't exactly a confession, but close enough. By morning, that eerie stillness hadn't lifted. I got up slowly, the floor cold beneath my bare feet. The apartment smelled faintly of stale coffee and something else I couldn't place, maybe the faintest trace of burnt toast from the neighbor's kitchen. It was the kind of smell that clings in the back of your throat, just out of reach, nagging. I moved to the kitchen, hoping the ritual of making breakfast might ground me. The kettle hummed, filling the air with the sharp tang of boiling water. I watched the steam spiral, dizzy from the tightness in my chest. Panic was a sly thing. It didn't always roar. Sometimes it whispered, creeping through cracks in reality until everything felt off-kilter. I caught sight of the wall clock while pouring my tea. The minute hand was bending slightly, like it was sagging under some invisible weight. My first thought was that I was imagining it. After all, clocks don't bend. But the smudge of distortion remained. I blinked hard, shaking my head. When I looked again, the hand was straight. Just a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows? A shadow? I wasn't sure. I needed evidence. Something concrete. If I was losing my mind, I wanted to know how far it had gone. If the world itself was warping, I needed proof. So I started small. I grabbed my notebook, a battered thing with dog-eared pages, and recorded everything. Times, sensations, the odd shifts. Every creak, every flicker of light, every fleeting shadow that didn't quite belong. I wanted to map it, like a detective piecing together a case. At noon, I called my sister. Her voice was warm, a steady anchor. "How are you feeling?" she asked, carefully. "Better, I guess," I said, trying to sound casual. "Still, weird stuff happening." "Like what?" I hesitated. "Things moving. Breaking. Or maybe just looking like they're moving." I could imagine how ridiculous that sounded. "I don't know." Chairs creaking, clocks bending. I'm probably overthinking. "Maybe you need a break," she suggested gently. "Get outside, clear your head." I nodded, even though she couldn't see me. "Yeah, maybe." After the call, I decided to walk the neighborhood. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of damp earth and freshly cut grass. Leaves rustled underfoot, dry and brittle. The sky was a dull gray, low and heavy. I passed the corner store and noticed something odd. The sign above the door was cracked, not shattered, but a fine, spiderweb fracture running through the plastic letters. The crack wasn't new. I walked by this store every day. It hadn't been there yesterday. I stopped, running my fingers over the jagged edge. The surface was rough, gritty beneath my skin. How had I not noticed? Or had it appeared overnight? The idea made my stomach twist. A man stepped out from the store, a middle-aged guy with a weathered face and tired eyes. We made brief eye contact. He offered a half-smile. "Hey," I said, voice a little uneven. "Did that crack just show up?" He shrugged. "Been like that a few days, maybe longer. No one really cares." "No one?" "Nah. People too busy. Store's been slow. Don't blame them for ignoring it." I nodded, but the crack sign felt like a message, a warning. The world was fracturing in small, insidious ways. Back home, I checked the chair again. Solid. But then I noticed the kitchen table, the edge nearest to the window bore a fresh chip. The wood splintered, tiny shards scattered like broken teeth. I was certain it hadn't been there this morning. I ran my hand over the rough patch, feeling the jagged splinters bite lightly into my palm. I swear I heard a soft creaking, like the house itself was sighing in pain. I called my friend Mark. He was level-headed, the kind of guy who could talk you down from the brink. "Mark," I said quickly, "I'm not crazy, right? Things are breaking around me. Small stuff, but it's happening." He paused. "What kind of things?" "Chairs creaking, clocks bending, signs cracking, tables chipping. It's like the world's coming apart, but no one else sees it." "Sounds like stress," he said, voice calm but firm. "Maybe you're hyper-aware. Sometimes when your mind's on edge, you notice things differently." "Maybe." I rubbed my temple. "But what if it's more than that? What if I'm actually causing it? Or it's happening because of me?" "Don't go down that road." He sighed. "You need a break. Get some fresh air, sleep, maybe talk to someone." I promised I'd try. After the call, I sat on the couch, the soft fabric warm beneath me. The apartment was quiet except for the ticking of the wall clock. I stared at it again. The minute hand didn't bend this time, but the small hairs on my neck stood up anyway. I thought about the chair, the sign, the table. Small fractures, subtle shifts. No one else noticed. No one else cared. Or maybe they did, but in different ways. I decided to set up a system. Notes, photos, timestamps. I pulled out my phone and started snapping pictures, close-ups of the cracked sign, the chipped table edge, the chair's legs again. I checked each photo carefully, zooming in, looking for something I might have missed. A picture of the clock caught my eye. The minute hand looked slightly off-center, like it was leaning just a fraction too far to the right. I zoomed in, my breath catching. Had it moved since last photo? I couldn't say for sure. I set the phone down, fingers trembling. If this was a sign of my unraveling, I wanted to know before it was too late. But if it wasn't, if something else was going on, then I was in deeper trouble than I'd imagined. That afternoon, I went back outside, this time with my phone in hand, recording notes as I walked. The neighborhood felt different, though I couldn't say why. The trees seemed too still, the shadows too long. From a distance, a dog barked sharply, then fell silent. Silence. Complete silence. On my street, I noticed the street lamp near my building flickering in a slow, uneven rhythm, more like a stutter than a steady pulse. The light dipped, brightened, dipped again. I looked up, squinting against the glare. Was it the bulb? The wiring? Or something else? I pulled out my notebook, scribbling furiously. When I reached my front door, I paused. The key turned smoothly in the lock, but the door itself felt heavier than usual, as if gravity had shifted. I leaned against it for a moment, catching my breath. Inside, the apartment seemed colder. The air smelled faintly of mildew, though I cleaned just yesterday. A cold draft slipped between the window frame and the sill. I closed the window firmly and checked the lock twice. Sitting down at the table, I noticed the chip on the edge again. It looked bigger somehow, more jagged. My hands hovered over the surface, fingers trembling. I was losing control. Or the world was. The thought made my chest tighten. Just then, my phone buzzed with a message. It was from an unknown number. The text read, "You're not as alone as you think." My breath caught. I stared at the screen, heart pounding loud enough to drown out the street lamp's flicker was a slow, uneven rhythm, like a heartbeat skipping beats. I stared at it until my eyes watered, the low buzz in the air pressing against my ears. I'd been standing there for nearly 10 minutes, phone in one hand, notebook in the other, scribbling what I'd seen and felt. The light dipped and brightened again. I blinked. The air tasted stale, like a room left sealed too long. I could almost smell the faint, sour tang of sweat on my own skin, though I'd just showered. I shook my head, trying to clear the fuzziness crawling behind my eyes. The dog's bark from earlier echoed again, sharp and sudden, then silence. The kind of silence that felt heavy, like it was waiting for something. I hated that silence. It made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. Something wasn't right. I looked down at the photo on my phone again, zoomed in on that leaning frame from yesterday. It still looked off-center, like the entire world had shifted a fraction and left it behind. I was sure of it now. I'd taken that photo twice before. The angle wasn't the same. The frame was definitely tilting more today. No breeze, no earthquake, no human passing by. It hadn't moved on its own. And yet, it had. I swallowed hard. I knew how that sounded. Irrational. Paranoia. But what else could it be? My own mind? Was it splitting, fracturing, pulling the world apart with it? Or was something else pushing back? The sun was dipping lower now, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked pavement. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me, but every time I looked, the street was empty, save for a few cars parked haphazardly along the curb. I closed my eyes for a moment. The rough plaster wall of the building behind me pressed cool against my back through my shirt, grounding me. The distant hum of a car engine revving, tires grinding on gravel, brought me back. I opened my eyes just in time to see a man step out from the alley beside the corner store. He was tall, pale, wearing a dark jacket zipped up to his chin, and his eyes, those eyes, locked onto mine instantly. Not with curiosity, but something colder. Harder to read. The kind of look that makes you swallow twice before you find your voice. "Hey," he said, voice low, rough like gravel. "You're the one taking pictures, aren't you?" I blinked, heart suddenly pounding in my chest. Yeah. Just documenting some weird things." My fingers tightened around the phone. "Why?" He took a step closer, and the faint scent of tobacco smoke drifted toward me. "You don't know what you're messing with." His gaze flicked over my shoulder, then back. "This neighborhood's got rules." "Rules?" I echoed, voice barely steady. He shrugged, a quick, nervous movement. "You see things that don't add up, people start to notice. And not everyone likes it." A cold weight settled in my stomach. Was he a threat? A warning? I wanted to say something, anything, but my throat had gone dry. "Look," he said, voice softer this time. "You need to stop before it gets worse." "Worse how?" I managed. The man hesitated, then glanced back toward the alley. "Things break. Things shift. Not because of you, or maybe because of you. Hard to say. But people don't walk away from it clean." I swallowed again, trying to keep the tremble from my hands. "I don't understand." He shook his head like he was trying to clear a fog from his brain. "No one does. Not really. But you've crossed a line now. There's no going back." The words hung in the air. No going back. I thought of my apartment, my small sanctuary filled with books, notes, and half-broken coffee mugs. The idea of leaving felt impossible, like stepping off a cliff with no parachute. "Who are you?" I asked, voice firmer than I expected. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Someone who's been where you are. Someone who knows what happens when the world starts to slip." I glanced around, suddenly noticing how the street lamp above us flickered again, this time more violently. The light bent and warped, casting shadows that didn't belong. The man's figure blurred at the edges, like heat rising off asphalt. I blinked hard. The image snapped back into focus. "You're not making any sense," I said, stepping back. "If things are breaking and shifting, that's not normal." "It could be." "Exactly." He held up a hand. "And that's why you need to stop digging." I shook my head. "I can't. There's something here, something wrong. I'm going to find out what." His eyes narrowed. "Then you're already too far in. You don't get to walk away." I wanted to argue, but the sudden sound of footsteps behind me made me freeze. Quick, measured. A second man appeared then, shorter, stockier, with a scowl that seemed carved from stone. He looked at me without blinking. The tall man nodded toward him. "This is what I mean. You're not the only one watching." I turned to face them both, the street lamp flickering wildly now, throwing the world into rapid flashes of light and shadow. The pavement beneath my feet seemed to ripple, just for a moment, as if the ground itself was breathing. I swallowed the lump in my throat and took a step back. The alley behind the men yawned dark and empty. No escape that way. "No," I whispered. "This can't be happening." The shorter man cracked a smile, but it was all teeth and no warmth. "You really don't get it, do you? You're part of it now. There's no off switch." My mind raced. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists. I wanted to run, to hide, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The tall man's voice cut through the growing tension. "Look around you. Nothing's the same anymore. And that's on you." I glanced down at my phone again. The air in the room thickened as shadows lengthened, weaving secrets only the old house seemed to understand. I blinked and looked up. The men were moving closer, but the street lamp flickered one last time, then went out completely. Darkness swallowed us all. Silence. Complete silence. I didn't know how long I stood there, heart hammering in the pitch black. When the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows finally flickered back on, the men were gone. The street was empty, still and cold. The only sound was my ragged breathing and the distant, uneven bark of a dog. I checked my phone. The photo was gone. My notes were gone too. I was alone. And I understood, with a sudden, terrible clarity, that whatever had started was no longer something I could walk away from. The world was shifting around me, twisting in ways I didn't fully understand, and now the people who cared about those shifts, they were watching. Waiting. I stuffed the phone into my pocket, my hands still shaking. The night air felt sharper, colder against my skin. I turned toward home, but the street seemed longer, the shadows deeper. There was no going back. Not really. Something had broken. And I was the fracture. I stared down at my phone, the screen flickering erratically like the street lamp above. My thumb hovered over the cracked glass, reluctant to touch anything. The numbers on the display blurred in and out, digits shifting as if the device itself was unwilling to show me the truth. I blinked hard, trying to steady my vision, but the world refused to settle. The two men stood motionless, shadows stretching long and thin across the cracked pavement. The taller one's gaze was unyielding, and the shorter man's grin stretched wider, more like a predator's than a joke. I wanted to tell them to leave, to back off, but my voice had deserted me. "You don't understand," I finally managed, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know what this is. What I'm supposed to be." The tall man's eyes narrowed, like I just insulted him. "You don't have to understand. You just have to accept it. That's the hard part." I swallowed, the taste of dust and something metallic thick in my mouth. My legs trembled, but I forced myself to take a step back. The alley behind the men seemed to pulse with darkness, the shadows shifting as if alive. An icy breeze whispered past me, carrying with it the faint scent of mildew and burnt rubber. I suddenly noticed a sharp scraping noise, something dragging along the metal dumpster near the alley's mouth. I turned my head, heart stuttering. Nothing visible, just the sound echoing. "You're crazy," I said, louder this time. "This is all in my head. I'm losing it." The shorter man chuckled, low and gravelly. "Maybe. But that's what makes you dangerous. Your mind rearranges the world. You break it, piece by piece." I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms. I could feel sweat prickling at my temples, the heat of panic rising again. I raised my phone, desperate to record something, anything that would prove I wasn't losing my grip. But the screen fractured further, as if the glass itself was warping, bending under some invisible pressure. The numbers dissolved into random patterns. "No," I muttered, voice cracking. "Stop." The taller man stepped forward, and suddenly the street lamp above sputtered violently before plunging us into near darkness. Only the distant glow of a neon sign flickered faintly, casting an eerie, sickly light. I blinked, and when my eyes adjusted, the world around me felt wrong. The brick wall behind the men seemed to breathe, the mortar dissolving into cracks that spider-webbed across the surface. The pavement warped beneath my feet, rippling like water. I wanted to scream, but the sound was caught in my throat. "Look," the tall man said, voice calm but sharp. "You're making it happen. You're the cause." "Why me?" I gasped, trying to push past them, to escape this nightmare. My hands trembled so violently I almost dropped the phone. The shorter man shook his head. "You don't get to pick. You just live with it. Or don't." Suddenly, a noise shattered the tense silence, a woman's voice, high-pitched and frantic, calling from somewhere deeper in the alley. "Hey! What's going on there?" They both turned toward the sound, and I seized the moment. I bolted, heart hammering, breath ragged in my chest. The alley swallowed me whole as I sprinted toward the faint glow of a street corner. I didn't look back. The woman emerged from the shadows, a teenager with wild eyes and a hoodie pulled tight. She stopped short when she saw me, confusion flickering across her face. "You okay?" she asked, voice barely steady. I tried to catch my breath, the cold night air clawing at my lungs. I don't know." She glanced over her shoulder, eyes narrowing. "Those guys? They've been hanging around here for weeks. Scary types. Everyone avoids this place after dark." I swallowed hard, the weight of my situation crushing me anew. They said I'm part of it. What does that even mean?" She looked at me like I'd grown another head. "No idea. But you don't want to stick around. Not tonight." Something in her tone made me pause, a tremor of genuine fear. She wasn't joking. I nodded and started walking with her, the street lamp flickering back on behind us. The broken pavement smoothed out, the breathing walls stilled. For a moment, I thought maybe it was over. But then my phone buzzed in my hand. I pulled it out, the screen glitching again. A message had appeared, one I didn't remember typing. "You can't run." I dropped the phone. It hit the ground with a hollow clatter, the screen shattering into spiderweb cracks that spread like frost. The girl looked down at it and frowned. "That's creepy." I wanted to tell her to leave, to run, but the words wouldn't come. My vision blurred, and the alley wall seemed to press inward, close enough to touch. "Who are you?" I asked, voice shaking. She hesitated, then gave me a sly, sad smile. Just someone trying to survive. A sudden rustling behind us made me whirl around. Shadows shifted where no one should have been. The two men were gone. Vanished. Only the night remained, thick and waiting. I realized then that maybe I wasn't just losing my mind. Maybe I was being hunted. Not by ghosts or monsters, by something worse. My own breaking reality. And no matter what I did, I couldn't escape it. Not now. Not ever. The morning light was thin, almost apologetic, slipping through the cracked blinds like it wasn't quite sure if it should bother. I sat on the edge of my bed, hands pressed against the rough cotton of the blanket, trying to steady the tremors running through my fingers. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and something metallic I couldn't place. Maybe rust. Maybe the remnants of panic itself. I didn't know anymore. For days, I'd been watching the world bend in ways that made no physical sense. The shattered mug on the kitchen counter, its handle cracked clean off despite me being the only one in the apartment. The slow, almost imperceptible drift of the clock's hands, sometimes jumping backward just enough to make me doubt my own memory. The way the door frame seemed to lean in closer when I wasn't looking, as if waiting for me to break. It wasn't just my mind anymore. It was everything around me. I was unraveling, and so was reality. I tried to tell someone. I really did. Sarah, my friend from work, listened over the phone while I stammered through some version of what I was experiencing. She didn't say much, just maybe you should see someone, and try to get some rest. That was it. Not quite empty, but close. The silence on the other end was a thin thread holding me up, but then it snapped. I was alone. Again. I got up, every muscle tight, and shuffled to the kitchen. The floor felt colder than usual beneath my bare feet, rough against skin that was already raw from biting and scratching, a nervous habit I couldn't stop. I opened the fridge, the hum inside like a whispered threat. I grabbed a carton of milk. The label was torn, edges curling in a way that looked deliberate, as if someone had been there, touching it just to mess with me. I slammed the fridge door and leaned against the cold metal, eyes squeezed shut. The world didn't have to feel like this. It shouldn't. But it did. I spent the next few hours circling the apartment like a caged animal. Every surface was suspect. The books on the shelf, some lying face down when I was sure I'd put them upright. The peeling wallpaper near the window, bubbling like it was breathing. I caught myself staring at the ceiling, counting the cracks, willing them to stay still. They didn't. At some point, I heard the front door close softly. My breath hitched. Was someone there? My heart slammed against my ribs. I wanted to hide, but where? The apartment was too small. The noise of my own breathing filled the silence until a voice, flat, careful, cut through. Hey! It's me. I didn't move. Please, just let me in. It was Jake. My brother. The one person who still tried, even when I pushed him away. He had a key. Had since we were kids. I hesitated, then unlocked the door. He stepped inside, shedding his jacket and looking around with that quiet concern I hated and needed all at once. He didn't say anything at first, just watched me, eyes sharp but gentle. I called you yesterday, he said finally. I wasn't ready. He nodded, as if he understood that perfectly. I brought you something. He held out a small paper bag. Inside was a pill bottle, the label smudged but familiar. Medication. Something to calm the chaos in my head. I'd been avoiding it, thinking I could handle this on my own. Stubbornness. Pride. Fear. all tangled together. I swallowed the pill dry, the bitter taste scraping my tongue. Jake sat down next to me on the couch, close enough that I could feel the heat radiating off him, grounding me. "Tell me what's happening," he said. I tried. I told him about the shifting objects, the breaks where nothing should have broken, the way I felt like reality itself was fraying. He listened, no interruptions, just the steady presence of someone who believed me without question. "I'm scared, Jake," I admitted, voice barely above a whisper. "I don't know if I'm losing my mind or if the world really is falling apart." He reached out, squeezing my hand. "Maybe it's both, but we'll figure it out." That afternoon, we went outside. The sun was higher now, and the city hummed with its usual noise: cars, distant sirens, the murmur of voices from nearby cafes. I noticed the rough bark of a tree trunk, the sharp scent of freshly cut grass, the gritty dust on the sidewalk crunching underfoot. Reality, in all its stubborn detail. I pointed out a cracked sidewalk tile, the kind that had been there for months. Jake knelt to examine it, then pulled out his phone and took a picture. "We'll keep track of these," he said. "Whatever this is, we'll document it." I wanted to argue. Wanted to say it was pointless, that none of this made sense. But hearing him say it, "we'll document it," made the chaos seem a little less suffocating. That night, for the first time in weeks, I slept. Not solidly, but enough for the dreams not to claw at me as harshly. When I woke, the apartment felt quieter, less hostile. The flickering light in the hallway bulb was steady. The clock ticked forward, no backward jumps. The next few days were slow but steady. Jake came over every evening. We talked, sometimes about nothing, sometimes about the cracks in the walls or the way the faucet dripped irregularly. We made lists, took photos, tried to anchor myself with facts. It was exhausting, but it was also real. One evening, I caught my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The face staring back looked tired but steady. The eyes didn't dart like before, they held a quiet fire. I touched the glass, feeling the cold smoothness beneath my fingertips, and wondered if maybe, just maybe, I wasn't as alone in this as I'd thought. Reality hadn't settled completely. The broken mug was still broken. The wallpaper still bubbled faintly near the window. But I was learning to live with the uncertainty. To hold on to the solid parts, however small. Jake left that night with a quick hug, a promise to come back tomorrow. I closed the door behind him and leaned against it, the rough wood pressing into my back. My hands didn't tremble as much anymore. I don't know if the world will ever stop shifting, or if my mind will fully untangle itself. Maybe it's not about fixing everything, but about surviving through the cracks. About finding moments of quiet in the noise and knowing someone will be there when the walls begin to lean again. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a soft click, the lock turning in the door. I smiled, a small, fragile thing. Tomorrow, I thought. Tomorrow, I'll try again. Story 5, Echoes Among the Pines, Stalked by the Forest. The forest smelled of damp earth and pine resin, a scent so sharp it felt like breathing in cold air. I stopped and crouched by a cluster of ferns to adjust my pack. The fabric rubbed against my forearm, rough and slightly damp from morning dew. I wiped a stray bead of sweat from my brow, tasting the metallic tang on my tongue. The air was cool, but the exertion had heated my body. Somewhere not far off, a woodpecker hammered at a tree trunk, the rhythm steady, almost mechanical. Then came the snap. A twig breaking. Sharp. Clear. I looked up, scanning the undergrowth. Nothing. No movement. I shifted my weight, and another snap followed, closer this time, almost as if the forest were matching my steps exactly. My breath hitched. I shook my head. Probably a squirrel or a deer, I told myself. But the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones came again, perfectly timed with my footfall. I glanced over my shoulder. Nothing. Just the shadows of leaves and trunks stretching like fingers across the forest floor. A breeze stirred, carrying the faint scent of moss and something less familiar, maybe smoke or rot. I wasn't sure. I rubbed my neck, feeling the prickling of hairs rising. Okay, I muttered under my breath, trying to sound braver than I felt. You're just tired. Focus. I pressed on, the trail narrow and winding deeper into the trees. The ground was littered with dry leaves and pine needles, softening my footsteps but not enough to silence them. The birdsong continued, sometimes loud and cheerful, sometimes distant and subdued, but it always seemed to fall into rhythm with me, as if the forest itself were breathing alongside me. I stopped again. The quiet was different now, not the natural hush of the woods, but something tighter, more deliberate. There was a faint rustling to my right, leaves whispering against one another. A flicker of movement, maybe a shadow. I snapped my head toward it, heart accelerating. Nothing. I swallowed hard. Hello? My voice sounded strange, too loud in the stillness. No reply. I moved forward, slower this time, senses straining. The path curved ahead, the undergrowth thickening. I caught the scent of pine needles crushed underfoot, and then the unmistakable smell of fabric, faint and faded, like someone had brushed past a jacket recently. I stopped dead. The sounds around me shifted, the bird calls paused, as if holding their breath. The forest seemed to lean in, waiting. Another snap. Not from me. Not this time. I whipped around, eyes darting. The branches swayed, but no one stepped into view. My hands trembled. I forced myself to breathe evenly, to push down the sudden tightness in my chest. Maybe it's just an animal, I said again, though my voice cracked. Maybe a deer or a raccoon. But I didn't believe it. Something was here. Something was moving with me. I tried to steady my steps, walking in deliberate, uneven patterns, trying to throw off whatever might be shadowing me. The twigs snapped with each movement, not on my side anymore, but always a step behind, a breath away. I stopped and crouched low, pressing my back against a mossy tree trunk. The bark was rough and cool against my skin, grounding me. My ears sharpened to the smallest noises, the soft rustle of leaves, the distant drip of water from a hidden spring. Then I heard it, a low, almost imperceptible whisper. Not words, just breathy sounds that could have been wind or the shifting of fabric. I cocked my head, straining to catch anything else. Silence. Complete silence. I felt the weight of eyes on me, the invisible gaze of something patient and calculating. My fingers dug into the bark, nails pressing against the rough surface. I forced myself to look around again, scanning every shadow, every hollow. The trail ahead forked, one path leading up a steep incline, the other dipping toward a darker thicket. I had to choose. The missing hiker's last known location was somewhere near the ridge, but the other path looked less traveled, more likely to conceal someone trying not to be found. I debated. My throat was dry, and I could taste the bitterness of fear mixing with the pine resin on my tongue. Then, faintly, a sound that didn't belong, a distant dog barking. Sharp, urgent, but muffled by the trees. I stood up, brushing dirt from my pants. The dog barked again, closer this time, pulling at something buried deep in my mind. Hope? Or warning? I glanced back one last time. The forest was still, but the rhythm of twigs snapping had stopped. For now. I'm coming, I whispered, stepping toward the incline. But even as I moved, I caught a flicker out of the corner of my eye, a shadow, retreating just beyond the reach of the fading light. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, and that whatever was out here was waiting for me to make a mistake. My breath hitched as the silence thickened, wrapping around me like a shroud. Every step felt heavier, the incline steeper than before, as if the land itself resisted my advance. The fading light cast long, distorted shapes between the trees, and I forced myself to keep moving, heart pounding in my ears. Whatever lurked in the shadows wasn't done with me yet. The crunch of dry leaves underfoot snapped sharply, startling me. I froze, straining to catch any other sound beyond my ragged breathing. A low rustle came from the underbrush to my right, something shifting, deliberate. I swallowed hard, fighting the urge to run. Instead, I forced my legs to move sideways, skirting the edge of a gnarled oak. Ahead, the path forked. To the left, the trail dipped into a narrow ravine, cloaked in darkness. To the right, it climbed toward a rocky outcrop silhouetted against the dying sky. The choice felt like a test: go down where I might be trapped or up where I might be seen. My fingers brushed the cold metal of the item strapped to my belt, a small comfort. A sudden snap echoed behind me, sharp and close. I spun around, eyes wide, but saw nothing. The forest seemed to hold its breath. My pulse thundered as I whispered, "Show yourself." Silence answered. But then, a faint glow shimmered between the trees, soft, unnatural. I hesitated, curiosity warring with fear. The light pulsed gently, like a beacon or a warning. Steeling myself, I stepped toward it, every nerve screaming that this was no accident, that whatever had been waiting was now making its move. My shadow stretched long and thin behind me, merging with the darkness. The night was no longer just fading, it was alive. The glow vanished as quickly as it had appeared, swallowed by the thickening shadows between the trees. I glanced back where I'd come from. The path forked left into the ravine, dark and foreboding, right toward that rocky outcrop that caught the last light of dusk. Neither option offered comfort, but the faint glow had pulled me toward the right. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. The crunch of dry leaves beneath my boots sounded unnaturally loud. Then, a twig snapped again, somewhere behind me. Too close. Too deliberate. I stopped. Listened. No wind stirred. No animals called. Just the forest holding its breath. I moved on, slower now, every sense straining. The birds had gone silent, too. The familiar night chorus was replaced by a thick, almost tangible quiet. It felt like the woods were watching, waiting for me to make a mistake. I tapped my fingers against the cold metal of the small compass strapped to my belt, a useless talisman, I thought, but better than nothing. The rocky outcrop wasn't far. The trail climbed steadily, the air, cold and heavy with silence growing thinner and colder. I thought I caught the faint scent of damp earth mixed with pine sap, but there was something else, something acrid and sharp, like burned rubber or old oil. It made my stomach twist. I scanned the underbrush but found nothing. Maybe it was just the forest playing tricks on me, or maybe I was imagining things. I wanted to believe that. When I reached the crest, the moon peeked out from behind a cloud, casting a pale light over the jagged rocks. I paused, catching my breath and trying to make sense of the strange pull I'd felt all evening. The place felt too exposed, too easy to see from all sides. If whoever was following me wanted to stay hidden, this was a terrible spot. Unless they weren't planning to stay hidden. I crouched beside a cluster of boulders, brushing my fingers over the rough stone. The texture was cool and gritty, with tiny flakes of moss clinging stubbornly in cracks. I pulled out my phone, the screen cracked but still functional, and checked the signal. Nothing. No surprise there. The forest had a way of swallowing signals whole. A sudden rustle to my left made me freeze again. Leaves shifted, branches scraped. I spun toward the sound. A fox darted out from the bushes and disappeared into the trees, its eyes reflecting the moonlight like twin sparks. Relief washed over me, brief but sharp. I laughed quietly at myself. "Get a grip," I muttered, pushing back the rising tension. But my hands didn't stop shaking, and I realized I was gripping my jacket like it was a lifeline. I pulled out the small notebook from my pocket, the one I always carried on hikes, filled with scribbles, maps, and notes about routes. Flipping through, I found the last entry. Near the gnarled oak, light flickered. Possible signs of recent human presence. A fake note, but it was something. Evidence. I traced my finger along the page, then looked up. The forest stretched endlessly, shadows pooling between the trees like spilled ink. I felt the weight of the night pressing in, a pressure that made every breath feel harder to draw. Something wasn't right. I wasn't alone. Not really. The snapping sounds had started again, subtle at first, then growing louder. Twigs cracked in perfect rhythm with my steps, leaves rustled just behind me, and faint bird calls, too rhythmic, too deliberate, echoed through the air. It was as if the forest itself was mimicking me, step for step. I stopped abruptly and listened. The noises stopped. Then a single twig snapped directly behind me. My pulse hammered in my ears. I glanced over my shoulder, but only the dark silhouettes of trees met my eyes. "Who's there?" My voice was hoarse, barely more than a whisper. No answer. I swallowed, trying to push down the sudden wave of panic rising in my chest. The rational part of my brain argued that it was an animal, maybe a deer or a rabbit, disturbed by my presence. But the pattern, the synchronization, felt too precise, too intentional. I adjusted my pack, digging out the small flashlight I'd brought. The beam was weak but enough to pierce the darkness ahead, casting long, jittery shadows. I swept it slowly across the trees, the underbrush, the rocks. Nothing moved. No eyes caught the light. I felt a cold bead of sweat run down my temple. The forest was watching, waiting. The thought made me shiver. My phone buzzed suddenly in my pocket. I yanked it out, heart racing. A text from my partner, "Emma, any luck?" Feeling uneasy here. I typed back quickly, fingers fumbling. Nothing yet. Strange sounds. Feels like I'm being followed. Her reply came almost immediately. "Be careful. Don't trust the quiet." I pocketed the phone and took a deep breath, trying to steady my nerves. The night had turned into a trap, and I was the prey. I knew I couldn't keep wandering blindly. I needed a plan. I traced the path back in my mind, the gnarled oak near the fork, the flickering light between the trees, the scent that didn't belong. Human scent. I was sure of it now. Someone else was out here, watching me, hiding just beyond the edge of my flashlight's glow. I moved deliberately, checking every shadow, every rustle. Then I spotted it, footprints pressed into the soft earth near a fallen log, partially covered by leaves. Smaller than mine, but fresh. The edges still sharp. Someone had been here recently. A knot tightened in my stomach. Whoever it was, they knew these woods well. Maybe better than I did. I crouched, brushing leaves aside carefully. The prints led back toward the ravine. My gaze flicked to the left path, dark and narrow, like a mouth waiting to swallow me whole. If the person who left these prints was the same one who'd been making those snapping sounds, then they were close. Too close. I pushed the flashlight deeper into the ravine's mouth. The stillness was oppressive. Branches reached out like twisted fingers, and the air smelled damp, thick with rot and something metallic, blood, maybe, or rust. My breath caught. This was no longer a simple search for a lost hiker. Something darker had settled here. I debated turning back, calling Emma and the search team to regroup. But then I thought of the missing hiker, alone, vulnerable, waiting somewhere in this maze of trees and shadows. That thought pulled me forward, despite the gnawing dread. Step by step, I followed the footprints deeper into the ravine. The snapping sounds resumed, closer now, narrowing my every move with unsettling precision. I looked behind me, empty space. But the feeling didn't fade. It grew heavier, like a cold weight pressing against my back. I whispered again, "Show yourself." No reply. Just the forest, alive with the sound of breaking twigs and mockingbird calls perfectly timed with my footsteps. Then I heard it, a low breath, barely audible, coming from just beyond a thick clump of bushes. I froze, every muscle coiled tight. The breath came again, slow, deliberate. A figure stepped out. But not the friendly face I'd hoped for. The person was thin, wearing a hooded jacket pulled low over their face. Their eyes glinted in the flashlight beam, sharp, calculating. They didn't move toward me or call out. They just stood there, watching. "Who are you?" I asked, voice shaking but loud enough to cut through the night. No answer. Instead, the figure turned and vanished silently into the trees. I stood there, heart pounding, the sound of my breath ragged in my ears. The forest closed around me once more, shadows swallowing the path ahead. The game had changed, and I wasn't sure I was ready for what came next. The weight on my back didn't ease. If anything, it pressed down harder, like the forest itself was leaning in, watching. I shone the flashlight behind me again. Nothing but shadows and empty air. No footprints, no shapes. Just the damp scent of earth, moss, decay, and something metallic still lingering in the cold night. The snapping sounds matched my steps again, crisp and deliberate. I stopped. "Who's there?" My voice cracked, swallowed by the thick silence. Nothing answered but a distant owl sounding its mournful call. I swallowed hard, trying to steady the tremble in my hands. This wasn't just a game of echoes anymore. Someone or something was tracking me. I tried to keep calm. Rational thoughts fought for a foothold. It had to be a person. No animals could move so quietly, so deliberately, matching me step for step. But if it was a person, why didn't they make themselves known? Why the eerie mimicry? That wasn't normal behavior. It wasn't even sane. I crouched to examine the footprints again. They weren't mine. Smaller. Lighter. The print pattern was unfamiliar, too. The person was nimble, careful. Not a hunter or a tracker like me. Someone who knew the forest but didn't want to be found. I glanced up, scanning the trees. Branches swayed faintly, but the wind was dead calm. Still, the forest seemed alive with something unseen. The cracking twigs snapped again, always a step behind, never ahead. My skin prickled. I hated feeling hunted. "Look, I don't want trouble." My voice came out steadier this time. "If you're out here, let's talk. You're not the one I'm looking for, but I'm not leaving without her." Silence. Complete silence. Then, the snapping doubled in speed, closer now, as if the person decided to match my quickened pace. I had no choice but to move forward. There was no way back, no easy way out of this maze of trees and shadows. I pushed deeper into the ravine, the beam of the flashlight bouncing over gnarled roots and mossy rocks. The air grew colder, dampness seeping through my jacket. My breath formed small clouds, the metallic scent stronger, I hesitated where the ground sloped sharply down, slick with mud and fallen leaves. The footprint stopped at the edge of a steep bank. I scanned the area and caught the faintest hint of fabric snagged on a branch, a strip of torn nylon, maybe from a jacket or backpack. My pulse quickened. It was a clue, but whose? Emma? I called out, loud but careful. If you're here, I'm coming for you. No reply. Just the usual forest sounds, but off. The birds' calls were stilted, as if interrupted mid-phrase. The wind shifted, carrying whispers of something faint and distant, childish laughter. Or just my imagination unraveling? I pressed on, descending the slippery slope. The flashlight flickered, momentarily plunging me into darkness. The fear in my chest flared. What if the batteries died here, in the middle of nowhere? I tapped the side, willing it back on. A figure materialized ahead, just beyond the trees, but when I blinked, it was gone. My heart thudded painfully. I told myself it was a trick of the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows, a shadow cast by branches. But I couldn't shake it. Then I heard it, a voice, low and breathy, barely a whisper. You shouldn't be here. I spun around, flashlight slicing through the gloom. No one. The snapping sound stopped abruptly, replaced by silence even heavier than before. I felt exposed, naked in the dark. Who are you? I demanded. What do you want? A rustling in the brush answered me. Not from one side, but all around, as if something or someone was circling. I took a step back, heart hammering, feet slipping on wet leaves. There was no escape path visible. Every direction was blocked by thick undergrowth. I realized then that I'd crossed a line. There was no turning back. The forest had closed in, and whoever was out here wasn't going to let me leave easily. My radio crackled suddenly, static, then a faint voice. Emma? No, too distorted to tell. Maybe someone else on the team trying to reach me. I pressed the button, yelling, "This is Harper. I'm at the ravine. I need backup. Something's wrong." The radio died again. Dead silence. My stomach twisted. A faint light flickered between the trees, a small torch, maybe? Whoever it was, they were watching, waiting for me to make the next move. I could feel their eyes, cold and unblinking. I swallowed the lump rising in my throat and forced my legs forward, deeper into the darkness. The forest's breath was on my neck, a slow, steady rhythm that matched my own. The snapping started again, slower now, deliberate. Step by step. A twig snapped sharply to my left. I whirled, heart in my throat. A man stepped into the beam of my flashlight. Tall, lean, face shadowed, eyes glinting with something I couldn't name. "You're not supposed to be here," he said quietly, voice steady but low. Neither of us moved. The forest held its breath. I swallowed, voice steadying despite the cold knot in my gut. "I'm looking for Emma. She's missing." He shook his head. "She's gone. You should leave." I shook my head back, fists clenched. "I can't." He smiled then. Not a friendly smile. More like a warning. "You should have turned back hours ago," he said. "Now, it's too late." The snapping sound circled us once more, fading into the night. I realized with a slow chill that this wasn't a random encounter. It was a trap, and I'd walked right into it. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting my lungs. No way out. No one coming for me. And a man who knew these woods better than I ever would. The forest whispered around us, waiting for what would come next. The silence stretched between us like a taut wire, ready to snap. "You said Emma's gone," I said, voice low, steady even though my hands trembled. "What do you mean?" "Where exactly?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, his gaze slid past me like I wasn't there. I followed it, trying to catch what he was watching. Nothing but black trees and the faint shimmer of moonlight through leaves. A late breeze stirred the damp earth, carrying with it the sharp, sour scent of decaying wood and something else faint, metallic, like rusted iron or old blood. My stomach clenched. This wasn't just a forest. It was a trap. "She's out there," he said finally, voice soft but certain. "Not like before, she's changed." Changed. The word felt heavy with meaning I couldn't grasp. I swallowed hard. "What do you want from me? Why are you here?" His smile was thin, an item without a hilt. "I'm waiting." "You're late." My heart sank. Waiting for what? For me to disappear? For Emma to fall deeper into whatever nightmare this was? The snapping twigs moved again, closer this time, circling like a predator playing with its prey. I wanted to turn, run, but my feet felt glued to the dirt, roots sneaking up my ankles. I told myself it was just fear. Just exhaustion. But something darker was out there. I could feel it. "Look," I said, voice cracking. "I don't know who you are, but this isn't a game. People are missing. Emma's missing. I'm not leaving until I find her." He shook his head slowly. "You don't understand what you're walking into. You never did." "Then tell me," I said, voice rising, frustration bleeding through. "Tell me what's going on." For a moment, the forest held its breath again. The man's eyes flickered with something close to pity, or was it amusement? It was impossible to tell. Then he turned and started walking, slow, deliberate, back into the black woods. "Follow me. If you want to find her, you'll have to come." I hesitated, every instinct screaming at me to back away, disappear into the shadows. But something stronger, call it stubbornness, or hope, pulled me forward. I clicked off the flashlight and let my eyes adjust. The moon was hidden behind clouds, and the underbrush was thick and tangled, but I trusted my feet to find the path he took. Branches scraped my arms, cold dew soaked through my jacket, and the forest seemed to consume every sound except those damn twigs snapping in perfect rhythm behind me. Closer now. Too close. Always matching my steps, as if whatever was out there was learning me, waiting for a mistake. "Why don't you just show yourself?" I muttered under my breath, half to the man, half to the darkness. "Stop the game." No answer. Only the branches cracking, dry leaves skittering across the ground. My throat went dry. I tried to remember, where had Emma's trail gone cold? How long had I been wandering blindly? The man's presence was a puzzle, a piece that didn't fit. And the forest was less a place, more a labyrinth designed to swallow me whole. We came to a clearing, moonlight filtering through the trees to reveal something unexpected, an old campsite, long abandoned. Rusted cans, a frayed tent, a pair of worn boots half buried in mud. The air was thick with the smell of smoke and something fouler, like sweat and fear. "She was here," I said, stepping closer, voice barely a whisper. "Emma." The man's face was unreadable. "You think she left willingly?" I shook my head, bitter. "No. She was taken." He nodded, slow, deliberate. "Taken by those who know these woods better than you or I ever will." The snapping sound circled us again, louder now, more urgent. I spun, searching the shadows, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing but dark shapes and the heavy silence that followed the noise like a shadow. Suddenly, a figure darted just beyond the tree line, a flash of movement, quick and sure. My breath caught. I pointed toward it. There. Did you see that? The man's lips twitched into a smirk. You're not imagining things. They're watching. Who? My voice was barely a breath. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped forward, motioning me to follow deeper into the woods. If you want to survive, you'll keep moving. Don't stop. Don't look back. The ground grew steeper, roots twisting like serpents underfoot, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, turned colder. I could taste the metallic tang again, sharp and biting. My legs screamed in protest, muscles burning with every step, but I kept pace. Behind me, the twigs snapped, a steady, taunting beat. At one point, I stumbled, hands scraping against rough bark and damp leaves. The man caught me by the elbow, steadying me with surprising gentleness. Watch your step, he said quietly. This isn't just wilderness. It's their territory. Who are they? I asked, voice hoarse. People who don't want to be found. People who disappear into the trees and never come out. I swallowed hard. Emma's one of them, isn't she? He didn't respond. Instead, he pointed ahead. The trees opened up to reveal a shallow ditch, half hidden by undergrowth. Inside, faint footprints pressed into the soft earth, too small to be his, too deliberate to be random. She went this way, he said. My pulse quickened. The trail was fresh, unmistakable. But the snapping sounds had stopped. In their place was a thick, suffocating silence that wrapped around me like a shroud. Why did you let me come this far? I asked, voice trembling. Why not stop me earlier? He looked at me then, eyes sharp and cold. Because you had to see this for yourself. Because now you'll understand why some things are better left alone. The weight of his words pressed down on me, crushing any lingering hope. I felt the forest closing in, the cold seeping into my bones. Somewhere out there, Emma was waiting, or worse, already lost. Whatever happens, I whispered, more to myself than to him, I'm not turning back. He only smiled again. That same warning, cold and empty. Then, the twig snapped once more right behind me. I spun around, heart racing, but the darkness was empty. Blank. Silent. For a moment, I thought maybe I'd imagined it all. Then I caught a faint breath on the wind, a whisper of movement, and a low, steady rhythm of footsteps matching my own. I wasn't alone. And this time, I wasn't sure I wanted to be found. The snap of twigs behind me had stopped, swallowed by the thick hush of the forest, but the weight of that sound lingered, folding over my shoulders like wet cloth. I forced myself to take a step forward. The ground beneath my boots was damp, soft with moss and decaying leaves, the air, cold and heavy with silence, sharp with the scent of pine needles and something faintly metallic, probably from a nearby stream. I remembered Emma's last known position, a clearing just past the ridge, and I had to keep moving, had to find her, even if the silence pressed in like a living thing. But the sounds, the way twigs snapped and birds called, were too deliberate now. The rhythm of footsteps matching mine wasn't coincidence. It was a calculated echo, a shadow pacing me through the underbrush. I told myself it was someone watching, maybe even following, but the thought didn't bring relief. Instead, it tightened the coil in my chest until I felt like I couldn't breathe. Who are you? I whispered, voice barely audible. Show yourself. No answer. Only the forest, breathing around me, indifferent and vast. I kept walking, leaving the ridge behind and descending toward the faint glow of moonlight filtering through the canopy. My flashlight sagged useless in my pack. I didn't want to announce my presence with its artificial beam. Instead, I relied on memory, on the faint prints I'd spotted earlier, the deep, uneven impressions of boots, the crushed undergrowth where someone had passed. Emma's trail, I hoped. The footsteps persisted, mirroring mine. I tried quickening my pace, thinking to lose whoever was following, but the echoes kept pace like a metronome. Twigs snapped on my right as I veered left, soft rustling answered in concert. Birds quieted, then resumed their calls only after I stopped, as if signaling something unseen. At one point, I caught a shadow slipping between trees, a figure, just beyond the reach of moonlight. I froze. The figure held still, watching. My throat tightened. Every instinct screamed to run, but my feet felt rooted. "I'm not here to fight," I said, voice cracking. "I just want to find Emma." The figure didn't move. The silence stretched, thick and palpable. Then, a low voice, almost a breath, "You don't understand what you're stepping into." I swallowed hard, heart hammering against my ribs. "Help me, then. If you know where she is, tell me." A pause, then the figure stepped forward into the moonlight, revealing a man older than the one I'd spoken with before, his face weathered and lined, eyes sharp and wary. He didn't smile. "She's not here anymore," he said quietly. "And the forest doesn't give up its own." "What do you mean?" I pressed. "Where is she?" He shook his head slowly. "Gone. Like many who wander too deep. You should leave." I clenched my fists, frustration bubbling beneath exhaustion. "I can't. Not until I know." He looked away, then back. "Then you'll be lost too." The words felt like a verdict, but I wasn't ready to accept it. I asked, "Why are you following me?" "Watching me?" He hesitated. "Because you remind me of someone I couldn't save. You're not the first to come looking. You won't be the last." The forest seemed to lean in closer, the branches pressing like fingers against the sky. I realized then the man wasn't the threat. The threat was the forest itself, the quiet menace of getting lost, of being swallowed by something that didn't care. People disappeared here, swallowed not by monsters but by isolation, fear, and their own mistakes. For hours, the man and I talked quietly as we walked back toward the edge of the forest. He told me about past searches, about people who'd gone missing and the limits of hope. I listened, the heaviness in my chest easing slightly, replaced by a cold clarity. Emma was gone, and chasing shadows wouldn't bring her back. At dawn, when the first pale light filtered through the trees, I found myself standing at the forest's edge, the man beside me. The tension that had gripped me all night began to unravel. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog of fear and exhaustion. "I thought I could fix this," I said softly. "I thought if I just kept going, I'd find her." He nodded, eyes steady. "Sometimes, the hardest part is knowing when to stop." I swallowed the lump in my throat. The forest behind me seemed less menacing in daylight, but the echo of those footsteps, the feeling of being watched, stayed with me. I realized the forest had changed me, carved something new inside, a scar I couldn't see but could feel. Driving away, the road leading out of town felt both like an escape and a reminder of what I'd lost. I glanced in the rearview mirror at the dark line of trees fading into morning mist. The man's warning echoed faintly in my mind, "Some things are better left alone." But I knew that wasn't true. Not entirely. I'd come this far because I couldn't let go. Emma's absence would haunt me, yes, but it also gave my life a new shape, a sharper edge. I wasn't the same person who'd entered the forest. I was someone who had stared into the void and found how fragile hope really was. The next days passed in a blur of interviews, reports, and quiet moments alone. I kept replaying the night over and over, every sound, every shadow. The footsteps in the dark weren't just a threat, they were a reminder of the unseen weight we all carry when we chase after the lost. I thought about the man, about the others who had vanished, and about why some stories never find an ending. Sometimes, when the wind rustled through the trees near my apartment or a bird called out in the early morning, I swore I could hear that echo again, the snap of twigs, the soft rhythm of footsteps just behind me. It was a ghost of a sound, a memory folded into the everyday. I don't know if I'll ever truly be free of it. Maybe that's the real cost of walking into the unknown, not the fear, not the loss, but the echo that stays long after the danger has passed. And maybe that's how some things are left alone, not because they disappear, but because they never leave us at all. Story 6, Riverside Carnival, Cursed Games in the Woods. I never believed in coincidences. It started with a crumpled flyer fluttering under my windshield wiper. Bright colors, peeling edges, the kind of gaudy print you expect from something desperate to catch your eye but usually just ends up trash. The words were bold, Riverside Carnival. One day only. Prizes galore. I snorted, rolling my eyes. I'd passed that patch of woods 100 times in my 10 years living in this town, and the carnival had been written off as an old local myth for years, just a fading memory of better summers. But that afternoon, the sky was a bruised purple and orange, and the air, cold and heavy with silence, smelled like wet leaves and fading heat. I was restless, running on too many cups of coffee and not enough sleep, bouncing between thoughts I wasn't ready to face. Work had been grinding me down, and the idea of anything different was oddly appealing. So I turned the wheel and followed the narrow dirt road into the woods. The deeper I went, the thicker the trees grew, their branches scratching against the car roof like fingernails on glass. A distant dog barked twice, sharp and urgent, but no other sound stirred. The forest seemed to be holding its breath. My hands tightened on the steering wheel. When the trees finally cleared, the carnival was there. Not the vibrant, bustling kind you find in movies or summer fairs. This was faded and cracked, like a ghost of an event long past, but it was undeniably real. The ride stood silent, rusted metal gleaming faintly under the last rays of daylight. The Ferris wheel leaned slightly to one side, its paint chipped and dull, and the booths lined up in a crooked circle with peeling awnings flapping softly in the evening breeze. No one else was around. I parked near the entrance, the gravel crunching under my tires in a way that sounded too loud in the stillness. The air smelled funny, part damp earth, part something else I couldn't place. Was it old popcorn? Or maybe that sickly sweet scent of melting candy? It clung to my shirt and made me wrinkle my nose. I stepped out, the cool air prickling my skin. The carnival lights blinked weakly, as if someone had plugged in a generator somewhere deep inside the woods. A single neon sign buzzed overhead, flickering unevenly, "Play your luck." The sound was low and mechanical, like a heartbeat out of sync. I hesitated. The place looked deserted, but the lights and sounds suggested otherwise. Like it was alive, just waiting. "Hello?" I called out, voice cracking slightly. No answer. Just the faint rattling of a nearby carousel, though the horses weren't moving. Just the slow, tired creak of its rusted joints. I moved forward, glancing at the prize booth. It was empty, save for a single stuffed bear slumped against the counter, its fur faded and matted. That's when I noticed the game stand beside it, a ring toss, but the rings were tangled and dusty, the bottles inside the cages dull and chipped. Yet, someone had left a neon sign glowing, "Win big tonight." Curiosity pulled me closer, the kind that nags at your brain until you give in. I reached out, fingers brushing a ring, and a voice behind me made me jump. First time? It was a man, thin, with a patchy beard and a grin that didn't reach his eyes. I turned to face him, swallowing a lump in my throat. Yeah. I didn't even know this place was open. Open's a funny word around here, he said, stepping closer. We don't get many visitors. Especially not after dark. I nodded, suddenly aware of how cold my hands were. I just saw the flyer. He chuckled, a sound like dry leaves. Those flyers are more like invitations. Or warnings, depending on how you look at it. I frowned. Warnings? He shrugged, eyes flicking toward the carousel. People come. They play. Some win. But not everyone leaves the same. The unease settled deeper in my chest. Sounds like a sales pitch gone wrong. Maybe, he said, then pointed to the ring toss. Want to try? You might win something nice. The ring slipped from my fingers, clinking as it landed around a bottleneck. A buzzer sounded unexpectedly loud, and the stuffed bear on the counter suddenly had a tag pinned to its ear. Claim your prize inside. I blinked, heart tightening. The man smiled again, but there was something sharp behind it. Go on. Take it. I grabbed the bear, and as I did, I caught the faintest hint of dampness beneath the tag. Not water. Something else. Something that made the back of my neck prickle. Thanks, I said, voice lower than I intended. The man nodded and stepped back into the shadows of the booth, disappearing like a wisp of smoke. I was alone again, the carnival silent except for the hum of the flickering sign. As I turned to leave, the carousel creaked louder, almost like a sigh. The path I'd come in on was still visible, but there was a strange tightness in the air, as if the trees had leaned in a little closer, watching. I shook my head. I was being ridiculous. It was just an old carnival, dusty and forgotten. Nothing more. But when I glanced at the bear in my hand, I noticed the tag had changed. Welcome to the game. I swallowed hard. The air tasted metallic, and a sudden breeze carried a faint whisper, so soft I couldn't tell if it was real or just my imagination. I shouldn't have stayed. I knew that. But somehow, I couldn't walk away. Not yet. Because something about that carnival was alive. And it was watching me back. The morning light was thin, almost hesitant, as if the day itself wasn't sure it wanted to be there. I sat up slowly, the old mattress creaking beneath me. My bedroom smelled faintly of damp carpet and something else, maybe the faint trace of my own sweat from restless sleep. The carnival's echo hadn't left me, the creaking carousel, the flicker of that sign, the shadowed booth with the man who'd vanished like smoke. I rubbed my eyes, but the tightness in my chest didn't ease. I knew I couldn't ignore it. Not anymore. By the time I forced myself out of bed, the house was quiet except for the hum of the refrigerator and the muffled traffic outside. I flicked on the news, nothing about the carnival. No missing people, no warnings. Just the usual drone of city life going on without a ripple. That only made it worse. How could something so strange happen right in those woods, and no one else notice? I grabbed my jacket and headed out, the bear tucked into my pocket. The air was sharp with cold, the kind that pressed against your face and made your nostrils sting. The sky was overcast, a blanket of gray that muted the colors of the autumn leaves. I walked faster than I meant to, my boots crunching on the dry sidewalk, heart thudding with something like dread or maybe determination. The carnival was about a mile from my apartment, just past the edge of the woods that bordered the old town limits. The path there was familiar but now felt strange, as if it had shifted overnight. Trees seemed closer, their branches tangled like fingers trying to catch me. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see that man from the booth again. But there was nothing except the rustle of leaves and distant birdsong. When I reached the entrance, the gates were still closed, the chipped paint and rusted metal the same as before. The carnival looked dead in the daylight, but the silence was different now, thick and expectant. I circled the fence, looking for an unlocked gate or a break in the chain. Nothing. I crouched down and touched the ground, noticing the scuff marks and footprints in the dirt. They led deeper into the woods, not away from the carnival but around it, like a hidden path. I followed them cautiously, the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filling my senses. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked sharply, breaking the stillness. The footprint stopped at a narrow gap between two trees where the underbrush was parted, just wide enough to slip through. I hesitated. It felt like crossing a line. But curiosity pushed me forward. Inside, the carnival was different in the daylight. The rides were still, no creaking or sighing. The booths sat abandoned, their peeling signs hanging crooked. The smell was a mix of old popcorn, rust, and something faintly sour, like spoiled fruit. I ran my fingers over the counter of the ring toss booth. The paint was rough, cracked, and cold under my skin. I decided to take notes, pulling out my phone to record observations. Maybe I was chasing ghosts. Or maybe this was more real than I wanted to admit. I circled the midway, noticing details I'd missed before, a faded poster half torn from the bumper cars, a trail of discarded tickets near the funhouse entrance, and an old speaker dangling from a pole, its wires frayed and sparking faintly. The speaker suddenly crackled, a static hiss that made me jump. Then silence. I swallowed hard. I remembered the bear's tag again. Welcome to the game. What game? And who was running it? I felt exposed, like a rat in a maze. As I moved toward the funhouse, a sudden breeze stirred the rustling leaves and made the carnival's faded banners snap sharply. Shadows shifted, though the sun was still high enough to cast strong light. I blinked, trying to clear the image of a figure standing just inside the funhouse doorway, but when I looked again, there was nothing. Maybe I was tired. Or maybe the carnival was playing tricks on me. I pulled up the bear, turning it over in my hand. The tag had changed again, the words now replaced with a small map of the carnival grounds. A crude sketch, but clear enough to show the layout, rides, booths, paths. There was a red dot marked near the carousel. I glanced back toward the carousel, its paint dull but somehow more menacing in daylight. The horse's eyes seemed hollow, staring into nothing. The music box beneath it was silent. I checked my phone, no signal. No calls, no messages. Just the spinning wheel of searching in the corner of the screen. The sense of isolation hit me hard. If this place was rigged to trap visitors, cutting off their escape routes, then I was already caught. I stepped back from the carousel, suddenly aware of the carnival's silence pressing in around me. The booths that had seemed empty before now felt like watchful eyes. The path I'd come in on no longer looked inviting. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches scratching against the sky like brittle fingers. I tried to call someone, anyone, but my voice sounded hollow through the phone speaker. Hello? Hey, it's me. I'm at the carnival. Something's wrong. I think I'm trapped. No answer. Just a faint crackle of static. I forced myself to keep moving, following the map's red dot toward the carousel. Each step felt heavier, like the ground itself resisted my progress. The wind picked up, carrying the faint scent of popcorn and something else, something sharp and metallic. At the carousel's base, I noticed a small hatch, half hidden beneath vines and leaves. It looked like an access panel, rusted shut but not sealed completely. I tugged at it, and it gave way with a groan. Inside was a narrow crawl space, dark and smelling of mildew. My fingers trembled as I reached in and felt the metal framework beneath the carousel. I pressed my ear to the panel and heard muffled voices, whispers, indistinct but unmistakable. I pulled back, heart pounding. I wasn't imagining things. Someone else was here. I stepped away from the carousel and scanned the woods beyond the carnival. The trees were dense, shadows pooling beneath their branches. A figure moved just beyond the tree line, a man. He stood perfectly still, watching me. I blinked, and he was gone. My hand shook as I stuffed the bear back in my pocket. The carnival wasn't abandoned. It was alive with people, or something like people, but they were hiding. Watching. I needed to find out who they were, and why they were here. But as I turned to leave, the path I'd come in on was gone. The trees had closed ranks, blocking the way. The carnival ground stretched out before me, endless and twisting. Trapped. I was trapped. And the game had only just begun. The trees had swallowed the path whole. I stared at the thick, unyielding wall of trunks and branches where the trail should have been. Not a single crack, no glimpse of dirt or stone, just an impenetrable green mass. The carnival stretched around me like a maze that had grown overnight, a sprawling tangle of peeling paint, creaking rides, and flickering bulbs. The air tasted damp, as if the whole place had been soaked in sweat and old grease. Somewhere nearby, a carousel squealed its rusty song, turning slow and endless like a hypnotic warning. I took a step back, then another, but the clearing I'd just crossed was gone too. The carnival's edges had shifted, reshaped, as if the whole place was breathing, rearranging itself around me. The man, the watcher, had vanished, but I could feel his eyes, cold and calculating, locked on me somewhere beyond the shadows. My fingers tightened around the prize bear in my pocket. Its threadbare fur was rough against my skin, a feeble talisman in a maze that made no sense. I remembered the whispers beneath the carousel, voices that weren't supposed to be there. I wasn't alone. I never had been. The carnival wasn't a forgotten relic. It was a trap. I exhaled slowly, trying to force calm, but my legs shook. Maybe it was the lack of oxygen or the pounding in my chest. The night had closed in, and with it, a creeping certainty that I'd crossed some invisible line. There was no turning back. Okay, I whispered to myself, voice dry and brittle. Think. What do I know? The game where I won the bear had been rigged. I'd seen it, felt it, the way the ring toss shifted ever so slightly just out of reach, the way the ball bounced with a cruel precision. Someone had designed this carnival to lure people, to keep them playing, chasing impossible wins. And now, with the prize in my pocket, I was caught. I started walking, my footsteps crunching on gravel and broken glass. The carnival sounds were muted but relentless, the faint rattle of a Ferris wheel, a calliope's warped melody, laughter too soft and clipped to be real. I passed a row of booths, their signs peeling in faded balloon pop, duck shoot, guess your weight. Each one seemed to leer at me, daring me to stop. I wanted to avoid them, but something pulled me forward, deeper into the labyrinth. The sky was a thick blanket of cloud, no stars, no moon. The only light came from the carnival's flickering bulbs, some steady, others sputtering like dying fireflies. Shadows gathered in corners, pooling beneath the tents, shifting with a life of their own. I could feel the humidity cling to my skin, smell the sour tang of trash and rot mingled with stale popcorn and caramel. I rounded a bend and froze. The man from the trees was there again, standing just beyond the carousel's edge. He didn't move, didn't blink. He was tall, lean, dressed in a threadbare jacket that looked like it had seen better decades. His eyes caught the light, sharp, watchful, as if measuring me. I swallowed hard, my throat tightening. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely a breath. No answer. Just that cold stare. Then, from somewhere behind the carousel, a low murmur rippled through the air, cold and heavy with silence. It wasn't quite words, more like fingers scraping over rough wood, the scrape of metal on concrete. The man's gaze flicked toward the sound. He took a step back, melting into the shadows. I blinked, heart thudding. The whispers from before. They were coming again. I edged closer to the carousel, the smell of mildew stronger here, mixed with something else, old sweat, maybe, or fear. The wooden horses creaked as they slowly rotated, their chipped paint and glass eyes catching the sickly light. I pressed my ear to the panel again, breathing shallow. Help, the whisper was faint, almost pleading. My hand trembled. Someone was trapped inside this carnival with me, or worse, trapped by it. Panic bubbled up, but I forced it down. I needed to understand, to find a way out. I circled the carousel, searching for an opening, a sign, anything. The ground beneath was uneven, littered with rusted nails and scraps of paper. I spotted footprints in the dirt, too fresh to be old, a small trail leading toward the funhouse. The funhouse. Of course. The entrance gaped like a mouth, painted with faded colors and cracked mirrors. The glass was dusty, reflecting a distorted version of me, the prize bear in my pocket, the tight set of my jaw. The air inside smelled like mold and old perfume. I stepped forward, the floor creaking beneath my weight. Inside, the mirrors multiplied the space infinitely, twisting and bending the carnival's reality. My own reflection seemed to move independently, a mocking doppelganger with a sly grin. I stumbled, disoriented. A voice echoed somewhere behind the glass, smooth and low. "Welcome back." I spun around. No one. The mirrors distorted the sound, making it impossible to tell where it came from. I swallowed hard, fingers slipping on the rough plaster wall. My breath came fast, shallow, and the sense of being watched crept back like a cold draft. I needed to get out. But the funhouse's exit wasn't where I thought it should be. Hallways curtained doubled back, doors led to blank walls or closed shutters. The lights flickered erratically. The laughter I heard earlier now sounded distant, eerie, like a recording played too slow. I touched the prize bear again, searching for some comfort in the familiar. Then I noticed it. A small note pinned to the back of one mirror, taped carefully with yellowed masking tape. I peeled it off, hands trembling. The scrawled handwriting read, "You're part of the game now. No one leaves until the prize is claimed." My skin prickled. The game wasn't just rigged. It was a trap with rules I hadn't agreed to. I looked around wildly. The distorted reflections in the mirrors seemed to close in, the walls narrowing. I tried the doors again. Locked. Or worse, leading to more mirrors, more dead ends. The carnival felt alive, but not in the way I'd first imagined. It was a cage, designed by people who wanted control, who enjoyed watching hope twist into desperation. I had no choice now but to play along. "Who's watching?" I whispered, voice cracking. "Why me?" Only silence answered. Suddenly, the lights cut out entirely. Darkness swallowed everything. The faint glow from the carousel outside was gone. The silence was complete. My heart pounded in my ears. I fumbled for my phone, but the screen remained black, no signal, no light. Then, from the darkness, a single, deliberate sound, the slow, methodical clack of footsteps. They weren't mine. Shadows clung to the corners of the room like silent witnesses, waiting for the story to begin. I was now alone, and the game had only just begun. The footsteps stopped. Just like that. The sound vanished into the thick blackness around me, and I was left blinking in the absolute silence. My ears strained for any hint of movement, breathing, shuffling, the scrape of shoes on concrete. Nothing. The darkness felt like a thick blanket, smothering every sense except the pounding in my chest and the cold sweat running down my spine. I swallowed hard. The words echoed again in my mind. You're part of the game now. No one leaves until the prize is claimed. I wasn't sure who had spoken them. A voice? A trick from my own anxious brain? Either way, it was a threat, clear and precise. I fumbled along the wall, fingers brushing over rough plaster and cold metal. The air smelled stale, like a sealed basement or a forgotten cellar, mixed with something faintly sweet and rancid that I couldn't place. My skin prickled in the chill. I wanted to scream, but my throat had gone dry, tight like a noose. Then, before panic could fully take hold, a different noise, a whisper, barely audible, like wind rustling through dead leaves. Or was it a voice? I leaned closer, straining to catch the words. Don't trust the prize. I jerked back, heart hammering. Who was there? I didn't see anything, but the whisper came again, closer this time. Don't trust the prize, or you'll be lost forever. I spun around, hands outstretched, searching the blackness for any sign of movement. My breath came out in ragged gasps. Who's there? Show yourself. My voice cracked, a broken thread in the silence. No answer. Just silence. I realized then the lights weren't coming back. The carnival had folded in on itself, like a living thing swallowing me whole. I was trapped inside a maze of shadows and broken promises. The prize, the thing I'd won from that rigged game, felt heavier in my pocket. I pulled it out, a small, faded ticket with a strange symbol I couldn't place. It was supposed to be a reward, but now it felt like a shackle. I folded it and unfolded it, trying to remember where I'd seen that symbol before. It nagged at the back of my mind. Something about it was familiar. The edges were worn, almost soft to the touch, like it had been handled too many times by countless others before me. The thought made my skin crawl. How many had fallen into this trap? How many had been lured by the promise of a prize they could never claim? My hands trembled. I shoved the ticket back into my pocket and tried the doors again, every one locked or leading to more mirrors, more dead ends. The reflections no longer showed me. They distorted into something unrecognizable, shapes twisting and merging like smoke. I blinked hard, trying to ground myself. I was losing it. That was the worst part. I could feel the walls pressing in, and the carnival's pulse was faint but steady, like a cruel heartbeat. Then, footsteps again. But these were different. Faster. Closer. Not methodical, but panicked. I froze, breath hitching. The sound circled me, echoing off the walls, then stopped directly behind. I held my breath, waiting for someone to appear. Please, a voice whispered, trembling and raw. Help me. I spun around, but there was no one. Only shadows. Help me. The voice was closer now, almost in my ear. I wanted to step away, but my feet felt glued to the floor. Who are you? I whispered. No answer. Just a faint rustle, like fabric brushing against plaster. I reached out, fingers grazing cold air. The ticket burned in my pocket. It was like holding a live wire. I pulled it out again and stared at it, suddenly desperate for some control, some clue. The whisper came one last time, so soft I almost missed it. Find the mirror with the red frame. Red frame? I hadn't seen that before. The mirrors here were all the same, cracked and smeared, reflecting nothing but warped images. I forced myself to move, following the wall with my hand, feeling for something different. After what felt like an eternity, my fingers brushed something smooth and cold glass. A mirror. I crouched low, running my hand along the edges. The frame was chipped, but painted a deep, dark red. My heart stuttered. I looked into the mirror. For a moment, it was just my reflection, disheveled hair, wide eyes, sweat glistening on my forehead. Then, the glass rippled, like water disturbed by a stone. A face appeared behind mine. Not mine. A woman's face. Pale, gaunt, eyes hollow with exhaustion and fear. "Help me," she mouthed, lips barely moving. I jerked back, nearly falling over. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice shaking. Her eyes locked onto mine, pleading. Then she pointed behind me. I whipped around, but the space was empty. "Why are you here?" I asked the mirror, voice cracking. The woman's reflection faded, replaced by the warped, fractured glass again. I swallowed hard, shivering. The air felt colder. The carnival wasn't just a trap, it was a prison one I was sharing with others, or at least their echoes. The prize I'd won was a key, but to what? And who was watching, orchestrating this nightmare? Suddenly, the lights flickered on. Harsh, fluorescent bulbs buzzed overhead, casting the room in sickly yellow. The walls seemed to pulse, breathing in and out like a living thing. I blinked, disoriented. And then I saw him. Standing near the exit door, a man, tall and lean, dressed in a threadbare carnival coat that hung loosely on his frame. His face was obscured by shadows, but his eyes caught the light, shining sharp and cold. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low and calm, like a judge delivering a sentence. "I want out," I said, voice barely a whisper. He smiled, slow and cruel. "Out? There's no out until the prize is claimed." I clenched my fists, feeling the ticket burning through the fabric of my pocket again. What prize? What game is this? He took a step closer, the smell of sweat and old leather filling my nostrils. This carnival was never meant for fun. It's a test. A trap. And you, he pointed a finger, deliberate and mocking, are its next player. I wanted to shout, to run, but my legs felt rooted to the spot. The room seemed to shrink again, walls tightening as if to squeeze the breath from me. "Why me?" I managed, voice breaking. He leaned in, eyes gleaming with something dark and unreadable. "Because you won. And winners don't leave. They stay. They play. Forever." The door behind him clicked. Locked. I looked around desperately. No help. No escape. The carnival was quiet now. The kind of quiet that wasn't peaceful, but heavy, like the air was waiting for something to happen, or worse, waiting for me to leave. I could still hear the faint hum of the broken carousel, the rusty gears turning on their own somewhere behind the faded tents. It was the same sound that had haunted the edges of my mind all these days, constant, mechanical, and wrong. I found myself back near the prize booth where I'd won that ridiculous stuffed bear, the one with its glass eyes staring too hard, too long. It sat limp on the counter, its fur matted with dust and something sticky I didn't want to touch. The old man who'd handed it to me was gone, vanished like smoke, but the rigged game's echo remained with every spin of the wheel, every toss of the rings. I was supposed to have left hours ago, but something had tangled me here, something that wasn't a thing or a person, but a weight pressing on my chest. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the chill that had nothing to do with the evening air, which was neither cold nor warm, just stale and clinging. The forest around the carnival was swallowing the daylight. Shadows stretched long and thin, twisting between the skeletal rides like dark fingers. I thought I heard footsteps once or twice, but whenever I turned, there was nothing but the brittle sound of dead leaves skittering across cracked pavement. I whispered to myself, I'm leaving. I'm really leaving. The words felt hollow, like a litany I was trying to convince my own brain to accept. I drifted toward the exit archway, The one I passed through when I first stumbled into this nightmare, but it was different now. The sign above, once a cheerful red and white, was peeling and faded, the letters barely hanging on. No one was there to stop me. No one was there at all. Except for the distant clatter of the Ferris wheel, moving slowly, like it had a mind of its own. I didn't want to get closer, but my feet betrayed me, carrying me toward that slow, creaking circle of rust and ghosts. The ride was empty, seats swaying in the breeze as if inviting me to sit, to ride, to become part of the carnival's strange rhythm. I swallowed hard and settled into one of the gondolas. The metal was cold through my jeans, rough where the paint had chipped away. I gripped the safety bar, my fingers trembling. The wheel began to turn. Slowly at first, then gaining speed. The lights blinking on its frame were dim, some missing entirely, but they cast a sickly glow that made the night feel even darker. The carnival spread up beneath me, a patchwork of shadows and flickering bulbs, the faded colors of tents and trailers blending with the encroaching woods. I thought about the prize, the bear with the glass eyes. It had felt like a victory when I first won it, a sign that I'd beat the rigged game, that I could outsmart whatever this place was. But it hadn't been a prize at all. It was part of the trap, a token of the carnival's control. Every step I'd taken since then had been a deeper thread in a net I couldn't see. The Ferris wheel climbed higher, and the wind whispered through the chains holding the seats. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the world, but the sound of the carnival bled in, relentless and accusing. I could almost hear the old man's voice, gruff and low, telling me to play again, to try my luck one more time. I didn't want to. I wanted to scream, to run, to disappear into the night and never look back. But the carnival knew better. It had planned everything, every ride and booth a step toward isolation, every shadow a piece of the puzzle I hadn't wanted to solve. When the wheel stopped, I stepped down onto the cracked platform. The air smelled like mildew and rust, a scent that felt permanent, like the carnival itself was rotting from the inside out. I looked around, searching for an escape, a sign, anything that would lead me back to reality. And then I saw it. A path, narrow and overgrown, leading away from the carnival's heart and into the woods. It wasn't marked, not with signs or lights, just a faint trail where the grass was crushed and the dirt was darker. My legs moved before my mind could argue, carrying me toward the unknown. The forest closed around me, branches scraping against my jacket, leaves crunching underfoot. The light from the carnival grew faint behind me, a dying ember swallowed by night. My breath came out in short, sharp bursts, my skin prickling with cold sweat. After what felt like hours, I broke through the trees and stumbled onto a quiet road. The moon hummed low, silver and distant, and in the distance, the faint sound of a car engine. I didn't stop to think. I ran toward the light, toward anything that wasn't the carnival. When I finally reached the road, a car slowed and pulled over. The driver's face was kind, lined with concern, and I collapsed into the seat, the weight of everything crashing down all at once. I wanted to explain, to tell someone what had happened, but the words caught in my throat. The carnival was behind me now, silent and still. The prize I'd won, the games I'd played, they were part of a story I barely understood but had survived. I was different. Wiser, maybe. Or just more broken. I looked out the window as the car pulled away, the carnival fading into the distance like a bad dream. I didn't know if I'd ever forget it, but I knew I had to try. Because some places were meant to trap you, to twist your mind until you couldn't tell what was real. But not me. Not anymore. The road stretched ahead, empty but full of possibilities. I let my hands rest on my lap and closed my eyes, listening to the steady hum of the engine. The silence outside was different here, not waiting, not heavy. Just quiet. For the first time in a long while, I felt like I could breathe.